Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 174th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. Wow. Today it's going to be a little bit different. We actually have a build of our own that we're going to do today. I know we don't do a whole lot of those, but we want to start a little bit more. It's not really going to be a subletting subclass. It's not a pop culture build. This is just something that we came up with a couple streams ago, and I've just been thinking about it ever since, so I want to see it come to life. So we're going to build it for you for the use of 5th edition, because that's what everyone else plays, and this will hopefully give me some ideas on how I will adopt it into High Point, because it'll work a little bit differently. But join us today for a Druid build that we are going to call the Circle of the Chimera. All right, I'm excited for this.
Nice.
I don't know about you.
This is going to be cool. This is going to be very cool. Am I looking funky?
Just not quite centered.
There it is.
A little bit more centered. There we go. It's nice to actually have you like in the camera instead of like right
hello, my
the
friends.
edge. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, today's gonna be kind of a chill day today. We are gonna. I don't even know if we're gonna do like because I don't know if this is gonna be a series. Like MGS builds might be a series. I don't know. But I also kind of think like, as we make stuff, that's just going to be kind of the thing, right? We're just going to be known for like making things. We're going to be known for the pop culture builds and all of that. And so sometimes on live, we just make stuff like image to item. Doesn't necessarily have to be a dedicated, we're going to do this for YouTube, so it has to be a whole thing. But our builds got to come from somewhere. Might as well make content of it. So
very fair.
I hope you guys are interested in this. It's an idea that I'm super excited about. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm here for it, dude.
Like I should get an inspiration point for the Extinction Druid when it gets reviewed because of this. What is the Extinction Druid? Is that
This is a brand new submission. I just saw. So I got a couple new things in the submissions chat recently. So I'm very excited. It's one of the things I was planning on working on today here while we're doing all this, but I don't know anything about it. It sounds wild. It sounds like a dinosaur.
So maybe I'm confused, because I know that this idea came when we were talking on stream, and we came up with that, but I don't remember it being because of someone else's build. I thought we were just
we were talking. Either we were.
I swear we were talking about like wild shape and stuff, and I had mentioned that I wanted a multi-wild shape.
If we were talking about wild shape, we might have been doing it. This might have been during the a la carte build, because we were talking about him wild shaping.
I think it was the a la carte build.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that was the conversation.
But I'm very curious what this Extinction Druid's gonna look like.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll definitely see. I'm curious to see what we're gonna make today.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I don't know about you guys, but just the simple idea. Is my camera too bright? I feel like my camera's like. I feel like look at that. I feel like is that better? A little softer. Okay, yeah, I don't feel nearly as like blinding anymore. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what we make, because the idea behind being able to partial and multi wild shape seems very interesting. I know that from a lot of points of views, I could see how people would. I could see an argument for people considering this maybe broken for a 5th edition build. But I think if we do it right, I think the idea for me in High Point is going to be something a lot more dynamic, something a lot more versatile, something much more creative in the moment for each player. It's going to be more of a wide range. But I think for 5th edition, what we'd end up having to do is maybe make like, as much as I hate to do it, maybe make like a table. Like you can select the following, right? So like claws of this, or wings of like we might have to do that.
You could do it kind of like, so a couple examples are the totem barbarian, where they just basically give you a list of totems.
Yep.
And every very similar to how I think it was Hecate that did his elemental ranger. You had like a list of, well, actually those you could kind of choose from all.
Let me grab the barbarian as well, because maybe I'm looking up a bunch of different druids, but I'll look at the totem barbarian too, because I'm just trying to think of like, because of the idea that if it was just like, what you wanted to turn into, we could just categorize the types of creatures. But when I'm trying to think of mixing and matching, and how 5th edition, because again, this is going to be for like what most people want. I'm trying to think of how 5th edition would like that, and you can't make it too open.
What if you did something similar to the Warlock's invocations or the fighter, the what's it called? The Battlemaster fighters maneuvers. It's like a separate list of things you get to choose from, and then every couple of levels you get to select different things. And the different things could be arms, legs, whatever, you know, like different body parts or something like that. But you just have like a big list you can choose from. Or even like the meta magic you get from being a sorcerer, you know? Like there are all these different examples of just where you can get like select from a list of things what you could potentially do and or be.
Battlemaster.
Yeah. And there should be something that talks about maneuvers. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Okay, interesting.
I swear there's another one that does something like that too. I would probably say closer to this because this is actually tied in with the subclass. What else does something? I'm gonna keep thinking.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just trying to think of like because we'll look here at how the actual like loadout of the Druid. But yeah, like the idea that I'm going for here is I'm thinking, trying to think of like how I want to like present this, because we could go a couple different ways. You know, we could. I don't necessarily think the partial transformation is really the best way to go, especially for like the naming structure and everything else like that. I think that would be fascinating for a different subclass
When you say
altogether.
partial transformation, what do you mean?
Like being human, but like sprouting wings or having
I
like
see
a
what you're
bear
saying.
claw.
Yeah.
That's something I think would be amazing for a druid, just not this one. I think that's a whole different subclass.
No, because I very much agree with you, because when I think of Chimera, I think of like an entirely different
but
beast.
they're a mesh.
Yes.
Whereas I do think another type of druid should be able to just like, or a feat that allows a druid to partial shape, and you could like get like, if you were to basically partial wild shape, meaning you could select like an attack of one of your wild shapes. So while still in human form, you can attack like your bear shape, because you would turn your hands into claws.
Yeah.
Things like that, right? Like you could almost basically make a feat where it just says, instead of wild shaping, you can use a use of your wild shape to gain an ability you would have in that wild shape instead.
I would love just like being able to like, imagine being able to add your bear's attack to like your stat block, right? Or just like different abilities that different creatures have to like your stat block that you can just pull out at any moment in time and almost use.
Would that be something that you could have where it's a druid only feat, like a feat? I mean, I don't know if they have. I don't know if 5th edition does any kind of like class based features, like where you can only have it based. I don't know if there's any like feats that are limited to a class, is what I should say.
I would say there's plenty of feats that say you have to be a spellcaster to have this. You have to be a spellcasting class. So at the very least, it's somewhat limiting on that front. I don't know if there's any that specifically say usable by a monk only or usable by a fighter only, but
because I think that would be kind of cool to have just for druids some sort of like partial wild shape to like one of their known abilities. It just seems like it would be kind of nice, you know, to have something that you could add in like that.
I very much agree.
Oh, racial feats, but not class specific feats. That makes no sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because we'll say, what do you call it? The Tabaxi, they have a natural claw attack that they get to use just by being Tabaxis, you know? So like and I swear there was maybe it was the changelings or something like that, but somebody could like morph, like literally morph into doing different attacks like that. So I don't know.
Interesting. I think some sort of feat or something that would basically say, you know, when using wild shape or, you know, instead of wild shape, you can use the use of a wild shape to gain any specific feature, you know, from the, from one
Sure.
of your list or anything. Because I think that would be super easy, right? You would just add yourself bear
I would
attack
say,
or, I mean, whatever, swim speed, that's kind of thing, right? You would just basically, because it may not necessarily always combat oriented, but it could just be the idea of, instead of having a fully morph, can I just get one benefit?
Sure.
In lieu of full changing.
And I would say, as long as, even still though, because it's like, it's hard because the wild shape ability, you get so few of them because they're supposed to last so long. I already think that that's kind of hard, like I would love it if you were using your wild shape in non-combat purposes. You could go in and out of your wild shape as many times as you like for the time period, until you've used up. So it's like, hey, I've been in my wild shape for 15 minutes. I got however long left.
Gotcha.
I got 45 minutes left.
It's more of a countdown than it is a usage limit.
Right. Because every time I transform, like I fully lose that use, like it feels like I never want to use it, because what if I really need it,
So it's almost like druids would need a wild shift ability.
Sure.
Where you have wild
love
shape,
that terminology.
So you have wild shape, do your normal thing, but wild shift is, I'm going to pull out just the claws. I'm going to pull out just the bite real. Because imagine, like, just again, the cinematic of, you can grapple someone and then you go, I'm going to bear bite him and I'm going to wild shift. And imagine you're just holding this guy and then your head turns into a bear, bites down on their neck, and then shifts back to human. Like, that would be a really amazing cinematic to pull off.
That would be
session.
Cool shit. That would be cool shit.
I can just imagine what that would look like. Or you want to grapple someone, or you want to, grapple someone, and you're not that great as a, you're not that strong as a druid. So you go, I'm going to grapple them, but right before you do, I'm like, wild shift, octopus hands,
dude. Or I'm not even gonna lie, the one I would use the most is constrict from the constrictor snake.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, imagine if I just like from my torso here, just like wrapped around you. And
I
then
love
just,
that idea.
Oh my gosh, dude, I would fucking love that shit.
Oh, there is a feat specific to elves and dwarves. Perfect. So we could there is
so racial.
We could it's racial, but we might be able to pull that off for druids. Because if you keep re-wild shaping into a bear over and over for the duration, like a wild shape, I think that's what he was talking about. That's out of combat. He's talking about, for out of combat purposes, there's a duration, and then in combat it's a usage, because you don't want them to be able to pop in and out of wild shape for the purposes of HP. But that's not what we're trying to do. It's more of like, if you're,
I genuinely think there should be a difference in the way that HP is done in 2024. I'm not 2024, 2014. 2014, you have 2 full sets of HP.
Yeah, your wild shape has a different level of HP that's yours.
And then you pop totally back to normal. Like, I don't think that's how it should work. I think that at the best case scenario, once you end, you should pop back into your human form at 25% of your maximum. But if I'm really being mean, then I think, if you go down in wild shape, then you just revert back, but you're still unconscious. Like one of those two. But then that would feel really bad.
So here's an interesting one. And so I still think this like wild shift, this like ability to partial shift, I still think that's important. I still think we should talk about this. I would just love this to be some sort of a feat or something that we can add. But now it's the way that you're describing this idea of being able to like pop in and out. It's making me realize the problem is how we're looking at what you're becoming versus what's like actually happening. So in wild shape, you become the animal in full, like you turn into it. So okay, hear me out. So you become the bear. Sure. Fully physically, you are a bear. Yes. Hence why you have now the thickness, you have the constitution, you have the HP. I get that, right? it is a full-on, it's almost as if you summoned a new body into this world and you possessed it. And then you get thrown out of it. Like, because I mean, a lot of the other ways that that's described is a spirit animal, right? So it's almost like you got a spirit animal to manifest and then you possessed it.
Right.
Instead of physically transforming like a werewolf. That could be another way, but I digress. That's the wild shape that we know because you are 100% it.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? And I know that there's other versions of this, but like for the sake of the druid, if you wanted to do this and have more versatility out of combat, not the partial shift, but what about having a modified or a dulled down wild shape that doesn't fully turn you into the creature? It only physically, like your actual physical form is the only thing that changed, but nothing else. So you have the shape of a bear, but you still weigh the same. It's still your stats. You aren't a bear. It's almost kind of like shapeshift or polymorph. You are not the creature in the way that you get all the benefits. You still have your HP. It's just a literal, not quite an illusion. It's a little bit bigger than an illusion. So it's like you could turn into a mouse to get through a hole, but that's about it. Like you could turn into a panther to jump on, to jump and leap, but you wouldn't have their smell. You wouldn't have the sight. You wouldn't have, you would have the only what comes with it literal, like maybe a bird could fly, but you wouldn't have like eagle vision.
Sure.
So those kind of things. You would have only what is purely physical, not what is like racially adapted. I mean, again, I know eyes are physical,
I know exactly what
but you know what I'm saying, right? So the idea, like you were saying, like being able to be a snake and just curl up on the wall, but
almost
I'm not
like
venomous.
I would say the difference between what is it, disguise self and alter self.
Yes.
Right. So the one would basically just be a disguise. Like for all intents and purposes, you just look like the thing.
Yeah, and it's not like an illusion where they touch you. Like if they walked up to the bear, they would still feel a bear.
Yeah.
But like it's not like they push the bear over and you fall over. Like the bear weighs what you weigh. You are just the size of a bear.
Yeah.
And you have the you have the visuals of a bear, but your claw attack would be no more than your regular attack because you have claws, but you don't use them with the ferocity of a bear.
Sure.
Like I could give you talons, but you could still only put as much of your power behind it. So if it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like
interesting.
So maybe that's the other alternative for DMs is I like this idea of a out of combat, more versatile shifting back and forth. And that sounds more like, a druid, right? The idea of like a druid being able to like take a form and run away real quick, like take a form of a fox and get its speed, but that's all it gets. It doesn't get any of like its other real benefits. These would be like, again, non-combative, quick little things that you would imagine a shapeshifter doing. But then the true effort of I need to protect myself. I need to do something. I need to become the animal, embody the spirit of nature.
Sure.
That's wild shape. That is when you no longer manifest as yourself, but you are in full embodiment of whatever it is. That's when you get the full stats. That's when you get all the benefits. But otherwise, I kind of think that you're right. There could be this way to have a smaller way to just quickly, or even have a smaller list, like a different list of things you can quickly pop in and out of and only get utility. Like you can get a mouse to be small.
Sure.
You can get like a bird to fly. You can get like something else to leap. But that's all they do. They fly, they're small, or they leap. Whereas wild shape gives you stat block changes.
Yeah. I like the idea that, imagine you like choose the thing that you want to be able to do. Like right now, I want to be able to fly. So now you can turn into anything that flies, but the only thing you can do in that form is fly. Like
yes,
you don't
exactly.
get any. So you can be a vulture, you can be a fly, you can be whatever you want, but the only benefit you get from being that thing is that you can fly.
And
you're not.
That's my point. Yes, 100%. That was a better way to say it because that almost reminds me of how druids used to be. Remember back when it was more of you just selected a general animal.
Sure.
And so it was more specific of I'm getting the benefits of the animal I'm choosing, not this stock list.
But if you're in a cave, you can be a spider. But if you're in sewers, you could be a rat. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So you can like fit the motif. You can like understand, like not intentionally look at a place. Oh, because I chose a rat and I'm in the middle of a king's castle. Now I'm going to get caught or they're going to kill me or whatever.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you're going to be able to choose something that fits, but at the same time, you're only going to get its most obvious benefit, right? Spider, you're going to climb a wall. But
Sure.
you're not going to be venomous. You're not going to have a web. you're not going to get any other things. You're just
Yep.
you're just in the.
You can walk on webs that are already there, but you're not going to be able to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that itself deserves to be some sort of a modification to a future Druid. I do kind of like.
I think that should be like
passive shift.
An insert to the current class. You know how often
Like
we talk
optional
about
rules?
an optional rule. I think it'd be an optional additional rule that you can add.
There's actually one in the base Druid already, which is Wild Companion. So we could just add it there. Add it to the core
Wild Companion. That's what I'm talking about. Add it to the core of Druid.
Yeah, so instead of a subclass, just add it to the core.
I think every Druid
optional.
should be able to have that.
You know what? Let's write it down for the ADMG or the PHB.
Okay.
PHB.
That'll probably be a PHB.
We'll add in like maybe we'll have a whole section where we have suggested optional rules for every core class. Things like this, like for Druids, just like Wild Companion's optional, our option is this, different type of wild shape, this wild shift, or whatever we want to call it.
Got you.
So those are the things that we can add into those books.
So wild shift is singular purpose wild shaping. And then what were we calling the singular, like the feet for a single body part, like just the head?
That originally was the wild shift, but I think wild shift. I don't know.
Oh, you call this something else? You said something else a couple of times. It was like a passive shift or like a. You called it something else.
Did I?
You did. I forgot.
I could have sworn. I thought it was just wild shift that I said.
I'll have to go back and look at it or something. But
Ooh, so friend of Hecate's already did this. Had a Druid homebrew where you could change your arms and legs to certain body parts of animals, and you could wild shape into for 1 minute, like a turtle arm, for extra bonus AC, or snake arm, and have constrict unarmed attack, and the rat face to use advantage to smell perception. Okay, so just individual limbs. So very similar to what we're kind of thinking for that. Interesting. I definitely think that's something that we could add to the books, is these like optional core rules. So that's the idea that we need to add, is optional core rules to the APB or the APHB, and specifically this one as our first example. That'll be fun. That's going to be some cool shit to add, like optional core rules and stuff. All right. Well, now that we got that one, let's talk about the Chimera. Let's actually get into today with our Chimera build. I'm really curious about this. And chat, I need y'all. Whoever's in chat right now, I need you guys to vote on something for me. This includes you too. Chat and Kage, I need you guys to vote on something for me.
This thing in my head, and it's leaving me. Hold on, I'm trying to snatch it back from the void before it goes away. Body parts, single use. Okay, voting in chat.
Yes. So everybody, I want to know which one you like better moving forward. So when we do stuff like this, when we do an MGS build, which one of these do you like better? And do you like MGS build or MGS homebrew? The name better. But if we were to do this, I would like to know, bam, do you like this thumbnail right here? What's going on, creme brulee? So we got this one. Oh, the feature was called Living Mutation. Interesting. I like that. Living Mutation. So yeah, so we have homebrew, or we have a MisfitGamersStudios homebrew from the Mason kids. And where is it?
I like that. Very
So that's option number one. Very simple. Very, very low key.
Low key, I like that.
Or we have this one.
Not drugs.
I don't know which one y'all like more.
I feel like this one matches our vibe a little bit more accurately. The other one is cool.
Right.
simple.
It's a little bit more serious though. It's
Yeah,
a
this
little bit serious.
Like it's not goofy, but it is open. It's a chaotic's the wrong word, but
No, I think it's definitely more welcoming.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's definitely just more campy,
Sure.
more lively. I kind of liked it when it popped this one out. I kind of liked all the little pieces of paper. I liked like the little guy on there. I think it represents the idea behind it. So I kind of liked this one more in terms of like the overall representation. But what do y'all think in chat?
I like it.
I kind of like this
like
one
it.
more, but I didn't want. I'll show you guys the other one more time. Again, this one looks more polished, more professional.
Yes.
More serious.
Yes.
But I don't. I think you're right. It doesn't really match the vibe. It doesn't hit that sweet spot of like, what are we here for and what are we doing? All right. So I think. Well, I know we both like this one. Nothing from chat. So fine. Nothing
Haters.
No one want to talk. I see how it is. Haters gonna hate. Well, that's fine. So what are we doing here? So we have our Druid subclass, the Circle of the Chimera today.
Soul says he likes the one on the screen.
Nice. Do we? I'm not even gonna do a YouTube intro for this one today. It's not that big of a deal. I think again, some of these I think are just gonna be more casual streams, and then we just post the build. I don't really think like every episode needs to be that kind of like YouTube energy.
Sure, that's fair.
Because there's definitely I feel like there's, for me at least as a host. I don't know about you guys. Like I said, it's so funny when people have mentioned. I don't know. It's very weird that I feel like it's always obvious when I'm having an off day, and people say that they don't know when I'm having an off day. But I feel like there is a different atmosphere when I know that we're doing one for like YouTube now, like the more recent pop culture builds, like when we did Alucard, when we did the sub-abilities and subclasses last Friday. It's just there are times when I'm like, okay, I need to be way more conscious on my enunciation, how I'm speaking, and I think about the editing, after the fact. So that's just it. But there are times where I'm thinking like, not every build has to like have a video to go with it, right? Like sometimes the build speaks for itself, and I don't know if I really need to be that concerned with it. I don't know.
I don't think I get what you're saying. I think there's definitely a vibe that comes with knowing that we're trying to put something out on YouTube, but I definitely agree that not all of them have to be there. And even if it ends up being good content, like for YouTube, and we can edit it to be like, I mean, we've got like, what was the first one that you did? We didn't have a theoretical intro for that.
That's true. I mean, not everything has to have an issue. That's true. Maybe I'm just overthinking of it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But
I overthink it sometimes.
We got it.
I just want to grow. I just want to be good at what we do.
We finna grow, my guy. It's gonna be amazing.
I know. We fine.
Big facts, friends.
All right. Well, it seems like everybody likes this. Even Hecate's kids seems like they responded well to this one.
Amazing.
So, I like it. We'll keep it.
Amazing. Thank you. We appreciate you, creme brulee.
So we are going to do a Druid subclass today. All right. So join us as we do the MisfitGamersStudios build or homebrew, the Druid subclass, the Circle of the Chimera. What does that mean? I don't know yet. But I'm excited
to find out.
That's exactly what we're here to find out. Let's see. So the first thing I need to do is we need to look at how a druid levels up in the subclass form.
Yes.
So it looks like they get a 2, 6, 10, 14. Let's see. 2, 6, 10, 14. 2, 6, 10, 14. Okay, so
14,
we get
yep.
a second, 6th level, a 10th level, and a 14th level. Because Druid's one of the ones that you start at 1st level with.
No, second. It's weird.
Oh, it's the weird one.
It's like one of the only ones that actually starts at second.
Which is funny because Warlock starts at 1st, Druid starts at 2nd, everybody else starts at 3rd.
Yeah. Clerics also start at 1st.
Oh, right.
Clerics
you have
and
to have a connection.
Even though that's not the case for any of the classes in the 2024 version. They made them all start at 3rd level.
So,
yeah.
What is it, 1st
yeah.
level game? I guess they just don't assume that no one runs a 1st level game, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know what they assume. They apparently, I haven't gone through all of them yet, so I don't know exactly how they run, but
that's cool.
Wow.
That's cool.
Wow.
That's cool.
Wow.
I gotta fix some things on screen real quick because things are almost too big. All right, we're going to drop this so it's not covering up chat.
Oh, do you have an 18 as well? Or is that one that you want to add?
Oh, I didn't see that. Nope. That's not supposed to be there.
Okay. Did I actually run that yet? What did I run? What did I get to? I got to, okay.
Okay. That's a lot better.
Beautiful.
All right. So we have to, okay, so we're only really coming up with 4 abilities, which is not a big deal. And with that, again, my biggest thing with this is the idea that this druid is going to multi-shift. When it's wild shaping, it's not going to wild shape into one thing. So with that being said, kind of like what we were talking about, the idea that this really is an amalgamation. I'm thinking a couple different ideas. So I'm just going to kind of like throw them out here for right now and just kind of like stick them up, on the whiteboard. But I'm leaning towards not letting it get a normal wild shape. Like we're just going to strip it from normal wild shape. So it doesn't get wild shape and this. It's going to be its wild shape. It's not like I can do a bear, but then this subclass is going to allow it to like get a bear with wings and then a bear with a beak and then a bear with both. I think. Well, maybe that. Okay, but that's also the other way too. Maybe it starts with wild shape and you just add every time you wild shape.
The way most other subclasses have handled it is they have something called the Wildfire Druid, and while you have your regular wild shapes, you have an additional way to use your wild shape, which is it's called the Wildfire Druid.
We are looking at that one. Perfect. Let me pull that one up real quick. Okay. So you're saying that this has the ability...
Your Wildfire Spirit. So when it says summon your Wildfire Spirit, you can use your...
wild shape feature to summon your spirit rather than assume the beast from... Oh, so this
you're
is
just
that
using a feature of it. You're using your wild shape feature in a different way.
Right.
So you could theoretically say you could basically... Because if you're replacing your wild shape, this is just saying you can do both and. So if you want to do like a regular wild shape, go for it. Do a regular wild shape. But if you want to be able to use your Chimera ability, and to be honest, the way I look at it, what it feels like we're about to build, there's no reason you wouldn't use this.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking of it should just like, to make the verbiage easier, instead of it being an option, it should just be what it does. So I'm trying to think here of where do we actually get wild shape?
You get that in your base class. So it should be at 2nd level.
Okay, so at 2nd level, you can use a major action to magically assume the shape of a beast that you've seen before. When you use this, you can use this feature twice. Your druid level determines the beast you can transform. No flying or swimming, no flying, and then 8th anything. Gotcha. So
the only one that actually adjusts that table is the Moon Druid. They get CRs a lot sooner.
Got you. Okay. Interesting. So let's look at actually the rest of Wild Shape, because we have a clear list of what we have selections from, and I don't think we need to change that. I don't think we need to change like the selection of what you can change into, like how this progresses.
Well,
flying, swimming.
I'll say this. For the base, yes, but right now the way this reads is any creature that has the beast tag on it qualifies for you to wild shape into.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of DMs that like to play with that. So if you're cool with, and are you talking about for the Chimera shaping, or are you talking about just for the base?
Yeah, just in general, like the idea of like, I don't want to mess with the limitations of the beast shapes. So we're like, the Chimera subclass shouldn't mess with when you can get flying. I'm just not going to worry about that.
Agreed.
Just that. As in no flying or swimming at 2nd level, no flying at 4th level. Then it's all game at 8th level. Like,
sure.
That's what I feel like we should keep. I'm not worried about
changing
Chimeras too early. So what else can we do? So you can stay in the B shape for a number of hours equal to half your Druid level. So I don't think that needs to change. When you revert to your normal form, unless you expend another use of this feature, you can revert to your normal form earlier by using a bonus action. Automatically reverse when you fall unconscious, drop to 0 hit points, or die. Totally fine. So when you're transformed, the following rules apply. So this is, I think, where it's going to help us understand how the amalgamations are going to work best.
Sure.
Is it better if I put this on screen? Do y'all like reading along when I do stuff like this?
I feel like yes. I feel like that's helpful, at least for me. But I'm always... Did I get that one?
All right. So your game statistics are replaced by the statistics of the beast, but you retain your alignment, personality, intelligence, wisdom, charisma scores. You also gain all of your skill and saving throw proficiencies, in addition to gaining those creature. If the creature has the same proficiencies as you, and the bonus that set block here's the creature has the bonus that said, if the creature has any legendary or layer actions, you can't use them. So when you transform, you assume the beast's hit points and hit die. Okay, and then you can't cast spells. And your ability to speak or take any action that requires hands is limited to the abilities of the beast form. Transforming doesn't break concentration spells that you've already cast,
which I love.
But they will prevent you from taking actions that are part of the spell, such as call lightning, since or no, I'm sorry. So transforming doesn't break a concentration spell or prevent you from taking actions that are part of a spell. Sorry, for some reason I didn't receive the or, and I'm just like, but it does prevent that. I'm like, that would kind of make sense, but I'm like, no. So you retain the benefit of any feature from your class, race, or other source, and then you choose whether your equipment falls to the ground, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so for the most part, none of this needs to be changed. See, Hecate has an idea. If you wild shape, you pick a primary stat of a creature, but you can replace a attack, movement, or trait with another creature. Then later you can incorporate more attack. But that's just like replacing that. That's not really what a chimera is, right? Like that's just being able to almost wild shape halfway through, like be one animal, but like partial wild shape just to attack with a different animal. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Kind of like the other thing, but while you're in your wild shape.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Interesting.
So that, I mean, I wouldn't mind it if you had both of those, like a wild shape and the multi-shape.
I mean, if it's a feat, like imagine adding that to your
yeah,
that would be wild. That would be wild.
Okay, so I think the first one here, the stats is the only thing that we're gonna have to worry about. So let's look. Let me look at a couple other of these real quick, because you said that the Battle Master had maneuvers, but those are just more of a set list. I don't think that's quite the direction we're gonna want to go. And then, so explain to me more about the Barbarian Totem and why you were suggesting this.
So I will say with this, the kind of idea would be like when you hit 3rd level, you would choose one of these. And so I would think when you hit whatever level in our class, you would choose a form. Like say you want eagle's wings, right? And so you choose eagle's wings, and now whatever wild shape you turn into, your chimera addition, your add-on is eagle's wings.
So you're thinking like you're making permanent wild shape features. Like when you wild shape, you will always have
not you will always, but like you can like you'll get ones that you can like eventually select from. So like imagine you have like a collection of them. So like with maneuvers, you get a certain
Okay, so you wanted them, but the thing is, like that unlock, I feel like happens here, right? Like it already kind of unlocks based on what animals we have selected. Like I wouldn't be able to choose wings until level 8 anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes, but like imagine you wanted constrict, or imagine you wanted uh um like things that didn't conflict with that. Like say if I wanted a charge attack, or say if I wanted the theoretically you could even choose web from like a giant spider, because those are beasts, right? So like there's plenty of things you could like
So
potentially select from depending on the CR base, obviously.
yeah, but I feel like that's just gonna get way too messy. You know what I mean? Like again, for fifth edition players, I feel like that's not gonna be succinct enough, and I don't really know if that like I'm trying to think of like when they shift, it's almost like they can't. I don't know. I'm trying to think of my brain's getting like caught up with lore now. Like,
Sure.
what's causing it? Right? Can they just not fully shift, or did they just again? Are they just able to tap into to just everything? Right.
Right.
So because it's almost like what I want to do is have it be a situation where, ooh, there we go. We can have it. Okay, so let me. I think I have an idea, but let me look real quick. What does the standard like druid subclass give you as you level up? So you get things like uh, moving through non-magical terrain with no extra movement. Okay, so basically not having difficult terrain. You can charm. You can't be charmed or frightened by enemies or elements or fey, and sense your connection. Has into attack. So a lot of that isn't really like super combat oriented on the Circle of Land.
Circle of the Moon, I feel like would be the most combat oriented.
You wild shape on your turn as a bonus action rather than an action. The rise of your circle grant you the ability to transform into more dangerous animal forms. Starting at second level, you can use your wild shape to transform into a beast. With its level is 1. At 6, your attacks in beast form count as magical. And 10th, you can expend 2 uses of wild shape at the same time, transform into an air elemental. Interesting. At 14th level, you've learned the ability to alter your physical form in more subtle ways. Okay, so yeah, I think this is like kind of giving me the idea, and I think we can do this now. So I kind of dig the idea that kind of like this gives us as a bonus action. What if starting at level 2, when you use wild shape, you can choose your base form, and you can change, one stat, and we would have a list of them. So I'm thinking like we'd have to list out what they all kind of have in common, like movement, senses, condition immunities, attacks. So the idea is start at second level, you choose a base, and then you can select one from an animal that you also have a selection from. Then at every subclass stage, you can add an animal. And then we'll add more to it, right? Like you can do more things, kind of like this one, right? Where you can get higher CRs, you can get more stuff. But I'm thinking like as you grow in strength, the more animal variations you add on.
So give me an example of one animal variation like that you would imagine would be possible at when you get this subclass at level 2. Like just a super basic version of it. Like because what I'm thinking of is when you add it is like how are they like getting combined? Like what stats are you getting from one on the other? Because like kind of what I was thinking at a certain point was it was like maybe each level, like I don't know how it would work, but like replacing portions of the stat blocks, right? Like imagine you get to like replace the senses, or you get to replace the attacks, or you get to replace the something, movement speed, right? In the stat block with one of these other things. And, like if you get like the tail of a dragon, and maybe you can just use a tail whip that this particular creature happened to have, or whatever the case may be. Because
Yeah.
my idea
because I guess just swapping the individual traits. That's
I
kind
want
of
to
the
make it
problem, right?
feel like there's a reason that I'm going to do this, that I'm going to add
because you
this.
can't really like be like a bear and then swap it for like the movement of a snake. How does that
Sure.
look, right? How does it work? So yeah, it can't just be like a straight stat swap. Like
yeah. So,
now the other option is we could do it more of a like a permanency, kind of like what I was thinking you were saying earlier, where at each of these stages you choose a permanent feature from one of your wild shapes that will be in every form. But again, I don't know how that's supposed to look. Like if you were to choose bear claws but then be a snake, how does that, are you a snake with bare feet at that point?
Right.
So I'm trying to think of like, because we have the classic chimeras, right? Like you have the classic ones, and that was the other thing I was thinking about is we could, instead of having it open, what we could do is have a selection of aspects that are more classic chimera.
That's what I was thinking. Like tail or claws or beak or whatever you want to call it, wings, and just like saying like these are augmentations that you can create and mix and match and like do different things. And like, hey, say if you only have the ability to transform 2 features, but you have 5 options to choose from, you can, each time you wild shape, choose which features you want to add and remove and take away, what type of chimera you want to be that day for that particular situation, for that particular wild shape.
Okay, so okay, I have an idea. So the traditional chimera, lion, goat, snake.
Lion, goat, snake. What part's the snake? Is it the tail?
Yeah.
Lion's the head, goat's the body.
Yeah, and then snake tail. So, I mean, if we really want to, because again, we could go traditional with just the name and work more on making a more classic chimera, or go along the idea of being able to like let the player choose. And that's where I'm like having a hard time deciding, like,
So
because I had the idea of being able to add things that still allow them to choose it, but it's worded in such a way that it assumes it'll alter as needed. So instead of saying that I have these types of wings, if you were to say that like as one of your subclass features is you permanently, whenever you change, will have wings, but we say the verbiage is like, so let's say at our level, what level is it? So like, let's say at level 10, because remember at level 8 is when we can start having winged characters. Maybe our subclass level 10 feature is that whenever you wild shape, you now permanently have wings suitable for the creature that you've wild shaped into. So if you're a bear, you're going to have griffin wings. If you turn into a mouse, you're going to have bat wings. Like you basically put the verbiage as starting at level 10, you will always have wings that fit and work for the wild shape you've chosen. So we're not, if we start saying things like that in the subclass, we don't have to change how wild shape works. All we're doing is adding what happens when you wild shape. Okay. So that's one option. So each one of the subclasses could just be a whole extra feature. So like, and we could even model it after this, right? Because we do know that like, people would want like permanent flight is kind of like really important, right?
Sure.
What other things would be like a permanent thing that people, when they wild shape, would kind of like?
So I have a question for you, because originally I was thinking about this a couple of different ways. The first way is kind of like what we were talking about a second ago, where you can mix and match what pieces you want to use at any given point in time. But another way I was thinking about it, because initially when I think of Chimera, I think of somebody created these things, somebody put these things together, and it's just this one thing. So what if, like, as you grow and develop, you're building a singular Chimera that's just a different wild shape, and all the other shapes are just to help you know what things you want. Like, because imagine you could like build the ultimate creature, right? The one that can fly, it's got a breath attack, and it's got these sweet claws.
So instead of it being a consistent dynamic amalgamation, it is a you basically are creating a new creature you're wild shaping into.
Yes. And that creature is an amalgamation of all these other creatures that you've been able to wild shape into. And you're like, oh, I love the bear claw attack. Oh, but this attack's kind of cool too. I don't know this one. So boom, I'm going to add that to it. And maybe you can like change which one you do later. I don't know. It was what my original thought was.
I'm kind of liking now that I'm understanding it, because yeah, it's creatures you've seen before. So it's almost like you can create a creature in your head. But instead of it being like, this time I'm going to be a bear with an eagle face, and then next time I'm going to be a wolf with a bear claws.
Right.
Instead of it being that, I don't mind this idea where it's like, hey, I'm just gonna wild shape into my Chimera. So then the question becomes, is the Chimera the sole focus, or is it just another option? Should you still get basic wild shape, but the subclass allows you to basically create a whole new creature that you get to make on the side?
I think you should get both.
Okay, so you get wild shape as normal, but the subclass is building a Chimera. It's building a new creature that you and only you can turn into.
Yes, and it's so you can, like, you get the original wild shape so you can figure out what you want to build your Chimera into, right? Because imagine, like, you get to use in combat a feature that you could potentially add to your Chimera. So if I want to know, do I really want bear claws? Or do I want tiger's claws? Because they both have claw attacks, like whatever. Yeah. Like you can wild shape into it, and just like the wildfire druid, you just use your wild shape to turn into that specific thing when you want to, right? And then as you level up, you're like, oh, I know that next time I get to add a feature to this, I'm totally gonna add that feature, right? And I'd say like,
so what we have to do then is we either have to make a couple pre-gens as options, or we have to make it a really simple process for players and DMs. Because again, in High Point, I can make it super complicated, and this is actually getting. I have a lot of ideas now of how this is going to work in High Point. But for 5th edition, when someone picks it up, right, and presents it to their DM, it's either going to have to be a list of combinations, or it's going to have to be a very simple way for them to put it together, right? Because you don't want them thinking how two things are going to go together. It's more like, at this level, your Chimera can do one of the following 3 things. So it's almost like, at 2nd level, you build your first Chimera. You need to choose a base, and these are the permanent things that you'll get. So if you choose the base, you'll get its stat block, its health points, and its HP or its AC.
Mm-hmm.
So at 2nd level, you choose 2 creatures. The first creature you choose, you'll get like stats, AC, and health. The second creature you choose, like that's how I mean. It was like, it's almost like that way. So every time you level up in the subclass, you're going to get to basically add something to the Chimera. But we have to make it a very clear-cut list.
So I mentioned this, like you have certain things you have certain slots that you can change. You can adjust the head. You could adjust the body. You could adjust, different like pieces of it,
But again, we're gonna have to make sure that each one of those equates to something. Like the body equates to like AC and health and base stats. The head is for bite attacks, vision,
perception, hearing.
Okay. So. So at 2nd level you choose a base one, or okay, because the whole thing is going to be, we're going to like build it out, right? So you'd have to choose a base one for
maybe you just get one augment, right?
Well, because I'm thinking like at 2nd level, because you want at least 2 things, right? So it's like
you get the base and then like one thing that's different from it.
So
like,
we have to
maybe
say
the
that
head
when
is
you
different.
choose your base, that it has to be the body. So at second level, you have to choose the body of your Chimera.
Okay, I like that.
And its first augment, because you have to Chimera has to have
Yes.
at least two things. So
Yes.
you choose your base, which is going to, for right now, a placeholder is HP AC stat block.
Sure.
So you choose your base Chimera, and then you choose one other for another body part.
So do you want to make a size requirement for the base Chimera? Like size medium or large, or
I was
small,
actually, so
or
I was
something like that?
thinking, because like this, I was wondering if we should, because this is going to be something that's going to be, you would want like extended. So this one gives you, right out the gate, you can get as high as a challenge rating 1, right?
Mhm.
And then this, at starting at 6, you can transform into a beast with is your druid level divided by 3. I kind of thought about doing this. My first thought was, what if we just doubled the base druid CR? So kind of like how this says you can go up as high as 1. What? Well, no, because I guess. Yeah, I guess because normally druids, what's their max? Normally druids can't get
Past 1. 1 is their max.
at 8th level.
Yeah.
Whereas Circle of the Fire Druid, or the Wildfire Druid, they
Oh, you mean the moon?
Oh, is it Moon?
Yeah. You said
So
it's
starting at
level.
1, yeah. So this one starts at 1, and then it goes into your druid level, right? So yeah, so then it's equal to your druid level.
That's crazy.
So
Well, divided by
3. Your druid level divided by 3, but it goes beyond 1.
So what does that leave you when you get to level 20? What is that? 20 divided by 3?
6. CR6.
That's crazy.
So that's the other problem, though, is like being a Chimera. If we're gonna say like you're building it, you don't really get like, you don't want to build it from level 1 and only get, like a CR, a tiny CR body.
So it would be interesting. Like once you hit a certain level mark in this class, you can choose a new body or something like that, or you can choose an upgraded version of the body you already have. So say you chose a wolf at level 1 or level 2, then once you get to level 10, you can choose a dire wolf, right? Base.
Yeah, but that limits it because not everything has an upgrade.
I mean, not like a 1-to-1, but like
it's harder than I thought it was going to be.
What
I
do
thought
you-
this was going to be a breeze.
What do you think? Like, because I'm thinking either you give them like a selection of bases to choose from, and those bases have their own kind of generic stat blocks,
Or we just go through, like, you would just have to find like
and then you
some
can
good selections from the monster manual.
yeah.
I honestly thought this was going to be a lot easier. I thought it was just going to be like they can just choose 2 animals, and now they can do as a third animal.
Right.
Now their abilities, like I thought this was going to be so. But now
I mean, let me ask
it's-
you this: in High Point, do you think it's going to end up being a lot easier than this? Because most of what we're worried about is how it's going to be presented for people in 5th edition.
So in High Point, it's most likely not going to be, well, because in High Point, subclasses don't work the same way. You know what I mean? It's more of a build. So at the point at which you could do this, you wouldn't be doing this at such a low level that you'd be worried about what you have access to. Like by the time you would create or become a Chimera, it would probably be like for High Point, this would be almost like something a Druid could do like at level 10. Like,
right.
If someone wanted to adopt this, they could learn it like after level 10. And there might be a way for someone to like start out this way with the right kind of backstory.
Sure,
but this
sure.
would definitely, as a just a standard, I would not look at this as a standard availability, right? People
Yeah.
wouldn't just be doing this all the time. But I do think it has a place in High Point, or in 5th edition. Pick 2 base stats. Pick head gets ability lower. Yeah, but see, that's the thing though, is like the problem with the way that 5th edition does it with Wild Shape is that because it what's the word I'm looking for? Because it grows with you, right? Because it grows with the player and their level. The problem that we run into by making them build one early on is just the limitations of what they have access to. And then you get into the complication of how do we justify like that, like how do you really make a good feeling mechanic that suddenly you built this thing and then we're just going to change it because it's going to get an upgrade, right? How do you like make that make sense? So not that I want, because you don't want to give them like access to dragons right away.
Sure.
But you don't want to just have the, again, kind of like what we've already talked about. You don't want to give them the ability to just like change it up all the time, right? It's, oh, no, I got it.
What are we thinking? Brain Blast, Jimmy Neutron?
Oh, I totally got it. So we do a couple different things. We grab some inspiration from the Moon Druid, and we take the boost in CR rating to an extent that we're okay with, whether it's double the base or starting at 1 and then doing like a partial of your level. However we want to do that, right?
Okay.
But we change it up to where you have access to higher level things right away.
Okay.
And I think we were on the right track, but we were looking at it incorrectly. We're not building one Chimera.
Okay.
Every subclass level up, we create a new Chimera that has more stuff. So the first, at level 2, you get access to higher CRs and you build a Chimera that has like a combination of 2.
Oh, like a full Chimera.
So you just build a Chimera, you say, so if I get up to a 1, I want a bear and a wolf. Boom. That's my first Chimera.
Okay.
Then at second level, it's at second level. Then at 6th level,
okay,
I get a 3 combo Chimera. Now when I wild shape, I have my normal wild shape and 2 brand new customized beasts I have choice.
So you can be the first one and the second one.
Yes. And then at 10th level, you get a 3rd Chimera form, which is 4 creatures put together. And then, so basically that's it, is every subclass level, what you're doing is you're building a new, you are creating in your head, you were a druid, right? It's any creature you've seen. So the whole point, the whole lore of this druid is if you took the ability of, I can see that creature, I can turn into it. You don't know its internals, but you know how to do it, right?
Sure.
But what if a druid just went insane enough that they were like, but what if I can imagine a creature? If I can imagine it, I've seen magic. I've seen creatures that shouldn't exist. What if one got under the illusion spell so hard he thought something existed that didn't, and someone tricked him, but they didn't realize he was so tricked, he actually turned into it because it was any creature he saw.
And he did it exactly.
And then he realized, I can literally just imagine a creature, and I saw it. Because, some people have really vivid imagination, so that could be it. Imagine a druid can literally imagine a creature so hard they can wild shape into it. So that's the idea, is every subclass level, 2, 4, 6, and 4, or 2, 6, 10, and 14, you create a new Chimera, brand new, whole unique creature that you get, but it has just like we said. So the first one will be like body and head. The next one will be like body, head, tails. Then body, head, tails, feet. Then body, head, body, head, tails, wings. And then body, heads, tails, feet. Like we basically just keep giving you choose a base, then a head, then a tail, then wings, then feet. And then at that point, by the 14th level, you have a 2, 3, 4, and 5 combo creatures that no one else can ever touch. No one else can turn into those unless you
are another one of these that chose the same thing.
Or you suggest that, well, if this druid turns into it and another real druid saw it, can they now turn into it because it's a creature they saw? I don't know. But you know what I'm saying?
The only thing I would say is I would qualify it no longer as a beast at that point.
Fair.
Right.
But you see what I'm saying here? Is that a better way to do this? Is instead of trying to create
I like that idea. That simplifies a lot of things. It solves the problem of you not feeling like you have access to powerful stuff when you get higher levels. And I feel like that should you get your second one at what, 6th level?
Yeah, 6th level. You'll get your second
Depending
full
on
on form.
how powerful you're willing to make this, I feel like this would still be something that's viable all the way through 6th level.
Oh, absolutely. Because I mean, realistically, even if you said, even if at 6th level we also gave it a boost that says, with this subclass gets access to flying at 6th level, because normally you don't until 8th, which means you wouldn't get flying until 10th. So if we really wanted to give this an extra boost, you could say that this gets access to flying at 6th level. And
I like that because 6th level, you're getting 3 things, and you can make the 3rd thing the back piece.
Yeah, because you're going to choose a body, and I'm assuming we'll do body head first, because that's a true chimera, right? The idea that you can truly tell that body does not belong with that head. Like, that to me immediately yells chimera. The 3rd thing at level 6 could be the wings. Then the next thing at level 10 could be the feet. And then the final thing could be any additional body part, tail, change 2 different sets of feet. I don't know. Like, but then all we have to worry about is how to write out that mechanic. How does that look? And realistically, if we say body means AC, HP, stat block, and then all of the others equate to, attacks, right? The head is everything sight, sound, and, bite attack oriented. Right. So at that point, if they have, immunity to being blinded, if you have that head, your immunity to blindness or deafness or whatever. And that's all we would have to say is right. Like, so the first creature, whenever you choose a base, the base is assumed to be body and feet. And if it has a tail, so body, feet, tail, and then you just change the head. So again, we would just write out all of the verbiage just says anything sensory related to the head. Then when you add the wings, it's basically, again, whatever base body you choose, that also means legs and tail if it has one.
Sure.
Then the head, and then you add wings of an appropriate creature, of appropriate size creature.
So what if theoretically they don't want wings? What if they wanted something else? What if we, instead of wings, we said like
we could just say
a movement piece, maybe, because like maybe they wanted like
wings
because like you could say like a tail of like a fish or something like that. Or
so what if? So what if we just said base or body, head? So body and head, right, is the first thing you have to do. Then we add back, rear, and because I'm thinking like back as in like if you don't want wings, you can also get spikes.
Sure.
Or like
shell.
A ridge, a shell. Yeah, so back could be anything like that. Rear could basically be tails, any version of a tail, or like rear could also mean like back legs. So if you want to like be able to kick like a horse, rear could also mean like I want like the back end of a horse. So rear just basically meaning like waist down.
Yeah.
So includes things like tails or back legs specifically, but we can like make those verbiages different. So you have the body, which is just like the core body. You have the legs, you have the rear, which could also alter the legs, but it's mostly that. You have a back, which could be shell, wings, spikes, all of that stuff. Humps like a camel. You have the head. And then so the last thing,
body, back, head, rear.
So the last thing I'm thinking of is we could either say additional appendage, as in you can add one of any of the following or any of the belows. So you can add a head, add a legs, add a pair of legs, or add a tail, do something like that. Or we say that we can change like the skin. So you can do all of these things, but then have like dragon scales. So that would be my 2 options: is either you add an appendage or you can change the skin. Those are ideas that I'm thinking might be good for a capstone. Because how else, do you know what I mean? Like what else can we change other than if we have the base body, the head, the legs, the tail, and the back? What else can we truly change that the chimera is different other than like what it's made out of?
I really like the idea of skin, especially because that could totally help you with like armor and stuff like that, and like your AC and things like that if you wanted to like boost that or depending upon what you've built thus far. So I think these are very good ideas. I'm almost tempted to say both. I'm almost tempted to say as a capstone you can add a limb and
change your skin.
And change your skin. And now the question is, like, when we think of skin, like
I'm thinking of like armor class, like basically changing that would give you the armor class of that creature. So like
sure.
dragon scales would give you the armor class, or a creature that has immunity to cold, you would have the immunity to cold because its body is now your skin. That's why I'm thinking skin, because other than an appendage, which would be like a second tail, which would be kind of cool, or a second head, which would be kind of cool. The skin allows you to take on additional immunities.
Agreed.
That the base may not. But then again, if you chose the base, then you'd have that immunity anyway. So the base is kind of what the skin you have.
The base would give you your initial skin.
I do kind of like the appendage because an extra set of wings, an extra tail to attack with, more feet to go faster, 2 heads to do 2 different bites. I mean, an extra appendage. I mean, even the Chimera has sometimes, like the traditional Chimera, has sometimes been viewed with 2 heads.
Yes, very much so.
I'm actually better off saying that the base decides the skin overall. So again, if you choose something with an immunity, the whole thing gets an immunity. But I think maybe just the appendage. Actually, that makes sense because any appendage you add should either increase your speed or increase the amount of attacks you have. Like if you have 2 tails, you should be able to do 2 attacks.
Sure.
If you have 2 heads, you should be able to do 2 bite attacks. If you have more feet, you should be able to run faster. If you have 4 sets of wings, I'm okay if you could like jump further.
Oh, that's right. Because at this level, you're creating a brand new one. I keep forgetting you're not adding it to one you've already created.
Yeah. So okay, how about that? How about 4? So first is body head. Second is body head back. Third is body head back tail. And final is body, head, back, tail, plus 1 additional appendage. And the verbiage of that is like feet, set of wings, tails, a head.
All right.
Interesting. And that's the thing. I 100% agree, Hecate. This does sound like it's going to be a lot, but...
Well, see,
that's why, but it just depends on how we word it. That's what I mean. Like, so when we say, when you choose a body, we will have a clear list of what does the body give you. It gives you the AC, the HP, the stat block, and any physical immunities of that creature. The head gives you any bite attacks and any peripherals, sight and sound benefits. The legs give you claw attacks and speed benefits, and anything speed related. Wings give you that creature's fly ability, and tails give you an extra attack.
The question is, what happens when you do things like, say, if at a certain point I want the body of a constrictor snake?
Do it.
And then I want the head of a lion, right? And then I want the wings of an eagle.
Okay.
And then I want when I think of rear, like, say if I wanted the rear of an alligator, what would that look like? Would that include the legs or would that just be the tail?
I mean, I'm assuming just the tail at that point.
At this point,
if you're getting, it depends on what I think it just depends on, like, again, I would say like the rear might include the feet if you're trying to do like a horse, like being able to like back kick.
Sure.
But that also doesn't really make sense because how would that go with the rest of it, right? So it's like rear is more about a tail, I would assume.
Sure.
Or some sort of other like, like maybe you want a spider rear so you can do webbing.
Yes.
So it could be a tail for tail attack. It could be a spider rear for webbing, so you can actually spit web. That kind of level of rear.
And it doesn't have to be like theoretically, if you chose the spider web rear, like it doesn't have to be something that's super prominently visible. It could just be the web thing.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like it looks like you have a spider back, because that's just that you have webbing. So that's what I'm thinking.
Interesting.
Of
okay, no, I'm here for this. I'm here for this.
You talk about the giant toad idea, Hecate? The toad getting wings. And then bear claws for an attack. So a toad with wings and a bear claw would be interesting.
So interesting. If you chose the body of a toad, but like the head of, say, a bear, would it still have the swallow ability?
No, because one of the mouth. I would assume that would go away because you're replacing.
But if you chose the head of, because what if you wanted to be able to have the swallow ability?
I would say the head of a frog would do that.
So if I had like the body of a snake, definitely a snake could do it.
And by the way, you were talking about like when you were putting that, like as soon as you said, I want a body of like a constrictor and then like the head of a lion, as you were building that together, I was prepared to just be like, so you just described Mushu from Mulan. Because I'm just thinking like anything that you do the
I mean-
descriptor, it's basically just going to be like a Drake, or not a Drake, but like a oh yeah, Drake.
He got feet though, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But as you were describing that, I'm
Yeah.
like, basically, it's just like, like that kind of a dragon. No, I didn't know you posted in Homebrew. I'll have to check that out later. I know that you said that you submitted something earlier, or someone submitted something earlier in the chat.
Definitely, somebody did submit something. I saw that pop in there.
I saw a Druid get submitted, but yeah, I haven't checked Discord today, so I haven't seen anything get posted there. So I'm liking this. I think that could work. I think Hecate's right, though. We just have to be careful with the wording. We have to really identify what we mean when we say you choose the body, you choose the head, you choose the back. And we can give, examples, right? Like we don't have to necessarily, because I kind of want it to be up to DM and player options. So I don't want to say for back, you can choose wings, or do we want, okay, I shouldn't say that. Do we want to do that? Do we want to say when choosing back, you can choose wings, spike, hump, shell, or do we just want to leave it up to interpretation? Is when choosing back, here are some examples.
I genuinely feel like it'd be way safer to give options.
I think so too. I think for 5th edition,
yes,
it's going to just be easier when I say, hey, here's the list of things I can do. So cool. So in that,
I think most other things, it's fine not to give options.
Like the body. It's just the body is any CR that you have access to.
Sure.
And you take the list of stats, and then the head, the verbiage is, any bite attack and any peripheral benefits related to sight and sound.
Right.
Feet, we would do any attack base and any speed.
I don't have feet on here. I have body, back, head. Are you talking about rear? Is rear feet?
Oh no, I guess feet would have been the 5th one. Yeah, because it's I guess body does come with feet, but I was thinking feet could also change, or I don't know, maybe like the feet should stick with the body.
I mean, I think so.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I think that makes the least concern for issues is not changing individual feet. So yeah, how about that? So
yeah, because then it'll be your speed basically. Kind of goes with giving you your stats.
Okay, so the body will have AC, HP, stats, and speed, and any physical immunities.
Sure.
And resistances. Head will have attack and sight and sound. Back will have a list. We could probably make a comprehensive list, but obviously wings. And we can just say, back can be chosen from any lists of the following, and then in parentheses of, relatable size to base.
Right.
So we say wings. It's not, when you say bat wings, they'll look like bat wings, but they'll be of relatable size.
Yeah.
They won't be tiny as
tiny.
bat.
Yeah.
So we could just say, back can consist of any of the following: wings, shell, hump, spikes. What else would you expect other than those 4? Because otherwise you don't want to.
I would even add the verbiage at the end, or anything else your DM was willing to approve.
Okay.
Right. Just so that if they think of something that could work really well for that we didn't think of, they can offer it to their DM, and their DM's like, I could totally make that work.
To be completely honest, I don't think we have to say that. I think that's just implied.
I feel like it should be, but I know that there are a lot of, like, specifically in spells, when it says this is what the rules say you can do, they go to that and saying, hey, the spell expects you to do, especially when there's like rules lawyery people out there, and others like, no, you can't do it. The spell literally says you can do that. So,
yeah. So we could put, as long as it's like short, it's like, or, based on DM approval.
Yes.
But yeah, so wing, shell, hump, spikes, I think are the main 4.
Hold on. Those are for back, right?
Yeah.
And
I really like that too, because at least this way it's also, and again, everything says, from relevant CR. So, if you're able to choose from like a 2 CR, you just kind of have to go and see, like what abilities that creature would like have.
Shell, hump, and what was the last one?
Spikes. Would it be easier to keep it more general, like instead of feet or wings, it would be movement, instead of head, it would be senses? No, because it's the Chimera, it has to be the visual, right? It's not just the senses. We're actually talking about like, so that's why we're saying so the idea is like you change the head to an eagle, a CR1
this is what
eagle,
comes with it.
You go to the eagle, and what you're taking off the eagle stat block is their bite attack, their vision, and if they have anything that says hearing. That's all you're doing is when you choose these things, you just go to that creature and go, I'm choosing an equal. This is the stat block that I'm choosing from, just like you would, right? If you're going to open the monster manual and say, I want to become a CR1 this based on my wild shape, and you pull the stat block, that's what we're just suggesting. Is all we're trying to tell them is when you choose that piece for your Chimera, this is the part of the creature's stat block you're pulling from.
Got you.
So yeah, so back would be one of those things. And those are going to be a little bit more subjective because like things like spikes and whatnot, like very rarely have
what would you
call-outs.
imagine that they're getting from Hump?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's just it was the only visual I could think of.
Right.
Like maybe considering someone could ride you, but you know, I don't know why someone couldn't already. I have no idea why you would have it. I was just trying to come up with any other visuals, but I mean, really, wings and spikes and shell. What else would you want?
Sure. Do you think because we're giving them selected things, we should say what those things do? Like create the stat block that they would add to their stat block. So for wings, gives you a fly speed of 60 feet. For shell, increases your AC to X, Y, and Z.
So we could do that, but the idea would be, I would want to say like, you know, these things can be selected based on the CR of your choice. So you could do a shell, but it would have to come from a CR that you have. Like, so if it comes from a tortoise, you go to that creature and whatever that AC is, that's now your AC because of the shell, right? Like the idea is the things you're selecting are directly from the creature stat block. And that's what you're basically adopting. So if you wanted to choose a CR1 flyer who has a fly speed of 30, but later your Chimera can get a CR3 flyer who has a fly speed of 40, those two creatures would fly differently. Instead of it just being a fly speed because you have wings, it's based on the creature you chose.
Interesting.
So that's kind of my idea. So it's one of those things where it gives the player a choice to actually research and pull from what they actually want, because it's not going to just be visual.
I totally get that. I'm just curious. Oh, is that beasts? Those are spells.
And again, I'm not as versed with the 5th edition monster manual, so
yes.
I'm taking a lot of assumptions here. I'm making a lot of assumptions on how easy this would be. But that would be my idea again, is like if I have access to a certain CR creature and I want those wings, I would take that creature's fly speed. Because that's that's the idea, is I'm not just getting the visual of that creature's wings, I actually want that creature's fly speed. Because otherwise it wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? Like at this point, it's just cosmetic. You're just saying you're getting wings of any sort. But I feel like it really should be just the same as wild shape. What you choose should matter.
Yes. I very much agree. I feel like,
and if it does that, it will feel like it's upgrading with you every time you make a new Chimera, because you'll be able to make a stronger, faster one each time.
With the basic monster manual, that may limit some people's options. There may be no options for things like shell at the level that you get back.
Oh,
right?
gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like there might not be any, because I'm looking, like you could choose a regular turtle, but the AC is not going to be very good for a regular turtle, even though you're getting a shell that fits your body. So you're not really going to get much of a bonus from that.
And something like that, we could even, if there's nothing like that, then we could just say it gives you like a +5 or a +10 to your AC. Like
that's what I was
in those particular cases. Yeah, I just for things like fly and stuff, it's like because we want it based on the animal. If we have to flub it, I'm totally okay. So even if we wanted to do that, where whenever you get back, if you choose shell, at a certain level, it gives you like a +5 to your AC, and then at every certain level, it's going to give another +5.
You know what would be sick? Even if it was just something as simple as this, spikes, because it's kind of hard to like articulate what spikes are going to do.
Yeah,
like if somebody hits you, are they going to take damage? I think people can't flank you.
Yeah, you can't be attacked from behind.
You can't get flanked, because, or
if they do, they actually get damage. So if anyone hits you from behind, they also
whichever
take
one
damage
you're
back.
not engaged with. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm totally fine with. So yeah, if we have to
something like that,
slip in our own verbiage there. So really, I guess it's just the head and the wings are going to be very directly based on the creature you choose. Maybe we'll have to, and then the tail, because usually some creatures will have a tail attack or something. Sure. But yeah, maybe like the spikes in the shell will have to flavor our own.
If you chose snake tail, would you allow it to have constrict if you didn't choose snake body? snake is honestly, as a druid, one of my favorite pieces of wild shape. Like, I love being a constrictor snake.
It's almost like my mind, and again, this might be too complicated for 5th edition,
Sure.
but my mind wants me to believe that due to the CRs, it would make more sense like later in the game. Like you wouldn't be able to do like your first creature wouldn't be able to have like snake tail, but your last Chimera would be able to have like a very high CR snake tail, which would, and I'm thinking almost like if we even said, because I know we're basing it on the CR, but it would also be great to even say like at 2nd level, you can't create something more than the medium. Oh, Cart, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Cart. Dope.
But like, your first creature can't be more than medium. Your next creature can't be more than huge. And then the next one's large. Because then if your 3rd Chimera is large and you have a snake tail, 100% yes. So to answer your question, I would be fine if your final version could.
Right.
Because it makes sense. It would be big and bad enough to have a tail that can constrict. So yes, I think we could do that depending on how the CRs work.
Okay.
But when would we add the tail? When does the tail get added? 10th level?
So specifically a constrictor snake is a higher CR.
But when are we adding the tail?
Oh, the rear.
Yeah, in the rear.
It is not. It's after 10th. That's the last one.
Oh, 14th. So the tail comes at 14th.
So it's body head back. Oh no, it is 10th. Yeah, body head back rear.
Because the last one is the extra limb. Yeah. So I would say that at 10th level, especially even if we go a direct 1-to-1 with the Moon Druid, that's your level divided by 3. So your CR would be a 30 CR. If we worked with the Moon Druids, you would have access to CR3 as for your creature. So if we did that, what's the constrictor snake?
Constrictor snake is a CR2.
Boom. So as at level 10, even if we just directly ripped it from Moon Druid and made it 1-for-1 the CR, because if we feel like this is I think this is pretty balanced. Starting at 1 and then having a third of your level.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Yeah.
Because that means that at 10th level, when we make our 3rd creature, they'll have up to CR3. And that means at 14th level, our final Chimera will have, technically still 3. It won't actually. Well, yeah, no, it would have 4. It would finally have.
What are the size restrictions?
I was considering we could do like just starting at medium at level 2 and then going 1 size for each level up. But again, if we're going to do it on the CR, that doesn't really matter. It should stick with the CR.
Because I was going to say, giant constrictor snake theoretically is a huge beast.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about the size limitations. We should just do it with the CR. So are we comfortable with that, though? Is just. I mean, again, is this too much, or should we? I mean, is it too little?
I do not think so.
I mean, how about this? How about this? I need to go to the restroom real quick. So talk with Chad about this. What is the most viable, or just whether it's the most viable? What's the highest CR we would want? Whether it's player or DM, what is the highest CR creature that is either most viable for this subclass or that we would want access to? Because then we can use that. Like, let's say it's a CR5. Let's say we decide this CR creature 5 is absolutely the one I want to be able to have access to. Then we work our way backwards. So to figure that out is
interesting.
What's the highest CR we would allow? Because if it's not over 3, then we steal it from Moon Druid. Because we're not taking the full creature, right? We're only taking a piece of it. So that's my question is, what's the highest CR we'd use?
It's higher than 3. Let's see. So I asked this question earlier. So if at level 10, you get access to CR3 creatures. So theoretically, I don't know if I consider Ball. This is a named creature. Track score? Tyrannosaurus Rex. Okay, Tyrannosaurus Rex is an 8. Sperm Whale is an 8. Honestly,
like what's a dragon? Like what's the official?
So theoretically, we're never gonna get dragon because dragon's not a beast.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, never mind.
So I'm looking at the app that I have says that the highest CR beast in the monster manual is CR 24.
Okay.
But that's like this named creature and this.
Okay.
But
like even a Tarrasque.
So
like what?
but it goes from 24 to 12 to 8 to 7 to
Who's
6.
the 12?
So the 12 is again like a Traxagore. I don't know what the heck that is. It's from some supplemental.
So there's literally only one.
There's literally only one. So
Okay.
I'm thinking neither of those. So I'm thinking potentially the highest is going to be an 8, but the only 8s are a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a sperm whale, and a huge giant crab. And I really don't think
even at level 14, that's a little bit much.
Again, exactly.
Okay, so next,
you have a giant ape at 7. I think that's a viable option potentially.
That's okay. That's perfect then. So how about we give Circle of the Druid starting at second level? Oh, this is even perfect. So it already says it for us. Starting at second level, you get a challenge rating of 1. So how about for our subclass, because we're not getting the full beast, we're only getting pieces of beast.
Mm-hmm.
And we're only getting to create a brand new Chimera. So this isn't for our wild shape, right? This is not for our wild shape. It's only for our Chimera. That's where it's going to make it really balanced. For the purposes of our wild shape, 1/2 your level. Because at level 14, your half your level is going to be 7. So your CR7 at level 14, but only, not your wild shape, only for your Chimera build. So at second level, you get up to CR1. At 4th level, or at 6th level, you'll get up to CR3. 10th level, CR5.
So this is a very 5th edition thing, and I don't know if you're gonna like it or not. I think we've talked about it before, but do you think you should, because you're not getting anything after level 14? Do you think that there is any element of buyer's remorse? They build something and they don't like it. So at later levels, like say whenever you level up in this class, you can swap out a feature that you have that you don't like, you don't use, whatever, right? So say you really don't like the perception that you have or the head that you chose for your level 14 creature. You want to swap it out with one you had earlier or something like that. Would that be something that would be allowed or would be okay? Or is it
mean, since you're building 4 different ones, I would say no, even in a 5th edition field, because like buyer's remorse, then wait for your next one. Like if you made a mistake on the first build, you're going to get 3 more. I you know what I mean? Like yes, you know, you may not like it, so that's one less you're going to want to turn into. Because I mean, granted, how often are you even going to turn into the lesser ones?
I kind of feel that. I kind of feel that you're eventually going to be hopefully honing and creating and building like the ultimate one, right? So you might have a very similar looking one all the way through. You just have the same head, the same body, new tail, same head, same body, same tail, new rear, same head. So your creatures might look like that all the way through, or they could be completely freaking different. I would think like it'd be really cool if you had completely different ones that like had different use cases, one that's more.
And that's what I'm thinking is like as it gets more powerful, like it's not just getting, more. It's not just getting more powerful. You're getting more versatility out of them, right?
Yeah.
Like, and especially if you know that if you're going to get 4 of them, maybe your first 2 are more utility than they are combat. Maybe you wait for your,
I think utility is way more useful at early levels, anyways.
Right? Like you could wait till you're level 14 to make like your actual really credible beast in combat, and then everything else could just be for role play and situational.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I feel like again with the Chimera aspect, because like you said before too, it's something that you created. I don't know if once you've created it, you should be able to go back on it. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I will say though, to your point, the lore behind it was honestly just whatever you can imagine. So theoretically, what would stop you from imagining something else?
Yeah, but we don't want it to just be any day and every single time I switch.
I agree, but like that's my only.
But the fact that you're already getting 4 different new forms, I feel like being able to change them up, like unless it was severely limited, where you only got a number of modifications equal to like like your intelligence bonus, but that's like permanent, like all like your entire thing. Like So if you're going to choose the head, that's one of like your 3 permanent changes.
Right.
It would have to be something like that, not every creature. Because I just, I just don't want it to be a thing where, because I can imagine this, right? You create your first creature, then you create your second creature to be better than what your first creature was. So then you go back and change your first creature to do something different.
Yeah.
Then I change my third creature to be my new primary one. Then I go back to change my second creature to do something different. And I go back to change my first creature to do something even different. Then it's the point where every single one is just a use case. You've created the perfect creature for every, and it's like, I don't want that. I kind of want this idea that you've imagined a new creature. You've truly like imagined it being real enough to make it real. And now you can embody it. But the idea of going back on that decision, I just feel like it, for me, maybe it just ruins my idea that I had of we're creating 4 brand new creatures from scratch. So you should get those 4 creatures permanently. Like those are your creatures.
No, I totally get that. I feel like there's plenty of ways to understand why that's not how this works, right? So I'm not opposed to that. It's just where. So when we can create our new Chimera, we have the old ones, we build our new ones. That's whatever you have, that is what you have. And then let me think. Because
I mean, maybe at like level 10 when you create your third one, or yeah, maybe we can even write in maybe when you create a new one, you can change one feature of a previous one. That way it feels like you're not you're not fully being, because again, like your first one is probably going to be left behind pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So, and when you do that, so like, let's say, I'm creating my third, my next one,
Mm-hmm.
and I can change one feature of either the prior ones.
Mm-hmm.
What if when we change that feature, one feature, it now can also be of the higher selected CR? So like my first one, I only had a CR of 1 to select from, but now that I'm level 10, I have level 5. So what if I go back to my first Chimera and I can only change its body or its head,
Mm-hmm.
but when I change its head, I have
a CR5
head, but it still has a CR1 body.
Yeah.
So in that
I don't
case,
mind that.
So should it be any previous Chimera, or like so you can change one feature of any previous form when you create a new one?
Don't mind it at every level. So like even at level 6,
I feel like that's too much.
It's just one feature, like you said.
I still feel like that's too much. Like I feel like it's too much dynamicism. Like again, I feel like these things should be,
because that's only 4 changes that you're getting to make.
Well, no. So the first one you create, right? And then when you create the next one, you can change the first one. So the first one can be created and changed. Then you create your level 10 and it can be changed. And then you create level 14.
But you can only make one change to one Chimera.
So no. All previous ones. So your first one, every time you create a new one, you can change your first one. So your first one will have 4 forms. Your second one will have 3 forms.
Oh, see, I'm thinking, the way I'm thinking is it's like, okay, so at level 2, so you can get your first one, right?
Yeah.
You've got your first Chimera. It is what it is. Then you get to level 6. All right, I have a brand new Chimera and I change one thing about my first one.
Yeah.
Right? Then I get to
level 10.
Now I get to make one change. It could be to the first one or to the second one, but not both.
I think it should be one change to both.
Oh.
Because then that way, like, remember your first one, at least that way, if you want to like keep your first one updated, it's not going to be fully updated, right? It'll be like one or the other. But the first time you might update the head, but then you might be able to update the body.
That's where I would differ. I would just make it the one, and then that's when I would be okay with it being at every level. Because then you get to make 4 changes, period. And your primary focus is on creating your new one.
But you're saying every level, so it would be 20 changes. Because you
not every level, every feature, every time you create a new Chimera is when you can make a change.
Yeah, but you just want one change period, not one change period.
So it would be 4 changes total.
I think I don't mind changing both or any prior one, just because it keeps them all fresh and up to date, right? Because now I'm at level 10.
Sure.
I don't want to be running around with I'm not, the utility of 2, CR1s may have lost its luster. So without being able to upgrade it.
Yeah. And see, that's why I feel like, I guess the way I look at it is just only a slightly different, because the way I'm looking at it is it's like, all right, I've got these two at level 6. I made this as good as I think that I could make it. My last one, I was just starting out. I didn't exactly know what I was doing. I think this would be just a little bit better if it had this. You don't have to make the change.
Yeah.
You could, but you don't have to. So then I get to my 10th level. It's like, all right, I know a lot more. I understand a lot more. My 6th level one was good, but my first level one still kind of sucks. And so I want to make that one better. Like, I would just choose which one I feel like is more valuable. Like, I feel like the restriction of being able to say, all right, you can make one change, so choose what you want to be better. Like, is it really so bad that you can't use it at all? You can't find any scenarios or places for it to be valuable? You know, like, I think giving it some sort of I think, yeah.
Because I think we're both on the same page. We like the idea that your first one just won't like die off, right? Like immediately. But because I still like the idea that you have these unique ones. And maybe it's even just what if it was instead of you can, so what if we blend the two ideas, right? Instead of it just being you get to change any one feature to any other feature, what if every time you create a new Chimera, all previous ones get one of their features upgraded in CR? So you don't change. So your first one, let's say you did bare body, eagle head.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to change bare eagle. But what you get to find is what is the, like, you chose a eagle head, but is there now a CR5 eagle that you can swap those stats? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I don't know if that would be a 1-to-1 equate, or if it would just be easier to say you can change, again, the whole thing, like all together. I don't know. Because it's only one feature, because again, each one has like, again, the first one only has 2 features. So being able to change one of those is pretty substantial.
Mm.
The second one's going to have 3 features. So changing one is going to be nice, but not guaranteed. But it's still going to be a relatively low CR. That's why I'm thinking, like, at level 14, I don't know if I really want to only have one change and have to decide, well, is my very first only 2 piece really needing that upgrade versus my last one, which, now that I have more CR, now I could really plan for, versus just now that I have more experience and I've seen more animals, you would assume, like, that's the idea. Maybe that first one I can imagine differently, right? Can't fully reimagine it, not like from scratch, but I can reimagine the head. That second one I can reimagine just the tail. Like, maybe that's where I was kind of going, is it's more of like you can reimagine just a piece of it, because you still have to have like the structure.
Yeah.
It's not a full new animal, but you're like, I could tweak that one piece in my imagination because that didn't work out for me quite well. And that's where I feel like all of them would be nice too, because then that way all of them would keep up with you. Your level 1, even though it still only has 2 creatures, at level 14 would have had the opportunity to get leveled up at least 3 times at that point. So really, at least it's still only a 2 creature combo, but maybe now it does something utility wise that your first utility it didn't need. So I think there's an argument for both sides. I don't necessarily disagree with your argument. I would like a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just to help keep all of them keeping up with you.
I do get what you're saying. But I do believe, just in general, like, let me actually look at the base class for Druid, because I forget what the wild shape progression looks like as you go through. All
right, so we have a DM question. Some creatures have elemental variants. Would you consider letting this? So,
elemental variants?
So do you have an example card? I would say yes, as long as it's a valid CR within the right CR and it's still a beast. As long as that, so if you have like a creature that also has like a fire version of it, like a fire dog or like blink dogs, right? Like, why not? If it's a beast and it's still within the CR, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. But then again, can you do that normally as a druid? Could you normally turn into a magical beast and get its magic, like an elemental variant?
Well, which is why they limit it to beasts, because usually beasts don't qualify.
Because they're usually elementals,
Blink
right?
Dog is well, what do you mean when you say elemental?
Well, so it was just the DM question. Was some creatures have elemental variants? So would you allow the druid to use an elemental variant of that creature? And I don't know if those are classified in the right CR.
I think the majority
the
of the things that have elemental variants are going to be classified as an elemental, and therefore not qualify to fall into the beast category.
Yeah.
Base.
So yeah, so I think that the biggest difference is just is how unbalanced would it feel to keep your creations basically up to date with you? Because I can see an argument for both. I can see an argument for just leaving them behind, but giving a small variation to reimagine them if they're just really not working out for you. But I can also see a opportunity to keep them up to date and fresh. But then again, that also doesn't necessarily make sense, though, because I created a brand new creature when I had a limited viewpoint of creatures. That creature shouldn't get an upgrade because I learned about other creatures. The next creature I create should be the upgrade.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it should just be every time you create a creature, one previous creature can have one change.
Yeah.
And then that way it's a little bit of a fail safe, but
it's a little bit more work. You got to be more specific. You got to, you want one thing different. Like if only.
But like you said, it limits you to 4 changes. So it's kind of like saying that, you get 4 changes equal to your like intelligence modifier, or you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
It's basically giving them a fail safe for not backing yourself into a corner and making something that just you'll never use again.
Yeah. That just really, really, really sucks,
Yeah, and that's fair, because the more I think about it, the less you should be able to change these things. The more it really should just be you created a brand new creature based off your knowledge of creatures.
Yeah.
Druids don't get to change they only get more creatures to add. So that's what you get. You get more creatures. The creature you had is just what you made.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. I'm okay with that.
So, and this is the biggest thing that, because wild shape just works differently. So
there are no dumb questions, Wally. Don't worry about it. We don't even. I don't even play 5e, so don't worry about it. I'm winging most of this.
I keep forgetting you only ever get 2 wild shapes until you hit Arc Druid,
which is
level 20.
Yeah.
So up until that point, your length of time in your wild shape just increases, but you still only get 2.
Okay.
And that's per long rest. So that's all day long.
Yeah.
So
I'd be okay at some point this subclass getting an extra wild shape at one of its levels. Just one.
Yeah.
Or just you get 1 extra wild shape specifically for your Chimera.
Yeah.
So you get your 2 normal wild shapes, which you can use for your Chimera or not, but you get a third one, kind of like a warlock a spell slot.
Yeah, like
you can
once
use
per day
it,
you can use this without expending a use of your wild shape.
That's it. You can get this as an extra, without expending a wild shape. You can turn into your Chimera without expending a wild shape.
Okay. I like that.
And again, if we really wanted to go all out with this, we could say you get 1 of those every subclass upgrade. So at 2nd level, you get 1 free use of your Chimera shape change. At level 6, you get 2. At level 10, you get 3. At level 14, you get 4. So then you get 2 wild shapes, regular wild shapes, but then you get 4 Chimera wild shapes at level 14.
Wild.
I don't know if that would be too much, but I'm just thinking like if we really wanted to get
I would love it, but
that's a lot of wild shapes.
The way that 5th edition uses wild shape is it gives you a really long time in that wild shape.
Exactly.
You have to be the thing for a long time. I don't know if they just feel like there's a lot more usefulness if you can be it for a long period of time. Like say you wanted to like be the horse for the party, you could walk around being a horse for like all day long or something like that. But I feel like it would be better to be able to have more uses of it rather than have it for a longer period of time. Give me like a set period of time. Give me just like an hour. I can be any shape, but give me like 10 uses of it or something like that. Like that's kind of how I feel, but it just depends on how you end up wanting to bounce. Maybe it's like you can do it for a combat. So it's a special use. Like normally you can be into it for a number of hours. Like the ones that you're talking about, you get it for like a minute. Like you're doing it for this combat. Like so for the night, kind of like the Barbarian's Rage. Right.
I mean, I don't mind just adding just another use that's specific for Chimera only.
Yes, I don't either.
But your normal wild shape can also be used for your Chimera. So it's like it's not like
sure
you can't. But and then what if we only gave them 1 to start out with at level 2, and then what if at level 10 we just gave them a second one? So that way you only have a max total of 4 wild shapes, but 2 were dedicated to your Chimera.
I don't know about you. I think it could wait until after level 2, maybe level 6.
Oh, for the
first one. First extra use.
That's fine.
Yeah, give that extra use
at
like
6,
at 6,
and then give them the second one at 10, or at 14, and then
the third
20,
one.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that.
I'm okay with that.
Cool. Okay. So let's start writing this up. I think I need to start writing this up on my side. All right. So we have.
Not additional.
Oh, no. We're down here. Not title. Twelfth level human druid uses fur, feather, claws of a creature to take the shape. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's a cool little mechanic. Like,
what is?
Like having a druid that has to like put together something to take the form. Like you have to have like fur and claws of the creature to then take the form.
Oh, so you got material components for a druid now.
That's an interesting way to do it.
Wild.
Okay, so how are we saying this? So at second level, are you writing all this down, or do you need me
to I have notes for everything. So if you want, I can give you what I have.
Just to kind of give something visual for everybody.
So yes, so at second level you get to create the body and
so create first Chimera.
I have body and head.
Body plus head.
Body
and this is level divided by 2. CR
yes
is equal to level divided by 2. Okay.
And then the body comes with stat block, attacks, and abilities.
Stats.
AC.
Physical. Oh yeah, so AC, HP, stats, attack, physical abilities. Okay. And then 6th level, we get our second Chimera, which is
body, head, and back.
Body, head, back. Back are basically wings, shell,
hump, and spikes.
I don't think we really need hump because I can't really think of a use case for.
Unless you want to just like say can like hold water or well, that'd be kind of weird just turning into it to like spill water out.
Yeah, it doesn't really like So we could just do wing, shell, spike.
Okay.
Or
I think it'd be nice if there was one more, but we can always think of one.
I mean, we could just do like thick hide, and that could be like we could put it in parentheses like saddleable or rideable. So basically, like you either have wing, shell, spikes, or you could be ridden. Like somehow, I don't know how that would work out, right?
Okay. Well, I think that might also have to depend on the size, because if the size is dependent upon the creature, I mean, you can always say it can be ridden by a size smaller, and so it would just be unwise to use it on something that isn't applicable to it, you know?
Oh, you know what we could do? So, because like shell would give you basically like extra AC, maybe immunity to like bludgeoning damage or something, or resistance.
Sure.
Spikes obviously damage back. Wings can make you fly. I'm just trying to think of like what's something else that would basically just be like it's a null. Like I don't want something on my back, but like would still give them
some benefit.
Yeah. Because like you might not want something on your back, but
it doesn't have to necessarily be like a back item. I mean, how would you feel about something like chameleon camouflage? I know that's maybe a little aggressive, but
I feel like that would be more of like one of the abilities that come with the body.
Yeah.
But again, you know, the thing is though, is this particular one, yeah, we should do so. Okay, so hold on. How about wings, shell, spikes, scales, and fur? So then that way, if you want to be like rideable and you don't want wings, but you still want like an altered back, you still basically get some sort of like AC benefit or, you know, like condition something or another. Like maybe just more like a visual effect. If you don't want to actually have wings or anything, I don't know why you wouldn't, but like slightly more of a visual effect.
I like the idea of like scales or hide just giving you, I could just imagine something that you could say that gives you resistance to
like scales could be piercing, hide could be slashing, shell could be bludgeoning. Like resistance to those damages.
Well, I was just thinking of one that just gave you resistance to all of that, like scales being something like that. Like I totally get shell doing that for you already, but
that's what I think of, like spreading them out would be
its
kind of interesting, because then you could like actually again mix and match and like have a creature that was designed to go against something.
But then you don't want, you know, shell being additional AC and resistance, and then one only being resistance. Because
they would also, I think they would all boost your AC plus give you like, they would all give you like a +5 to your AC, but then each of them would give you a different resistance. Because like spike attacks the enemy, wing lets you fly. So the other three like could just be, if I don't want to fly or damage the enemy, I can get a resistance to a certain damage type. So again, just a very custom version of that.
Does spikes damage the enemy?
We were thinking about it. Like when they hit you from behind, I
thought it was just we or
you can't be flanked.
Yeah.
Because I kind of like if they still flank, like, you know, like if they still attack you, it would attack.
If they attack you, if they're trying to attack you while flanking you,
they would take damage instead, or they would take
a damage as well, like a D4 damage or something like that.
But yeah, I'm kind of liking the idea of if wings and spikes have like their thing, then we could say shells, scales, and fur are, I don't want, you know, like I don't want to fly, like for whatever reason you don't want to fly in Chimera. And if you don't want the spikes particularly, at least these three give you both, should give you the same AC boost, but then a resistance to one of the more common damage types. Because then it would make it very customizable, and each one could eventually have like different stuff.
Say I choose let's go back to the one I made earlier, the body of a snake. And then I want to choose fur for my back. Would that make me a furry snake?
Why not? If that's the visual that you want to imagine, I totally imagine that. Doesn't have to necessarily be down your back, just down your back, but why not a furry snake? Like, there's nothing that's wrong with that.
Very true. That's very true.
Would be nothing that would stop that from working.
I mean, theoretically, you could put a shell on a snake too.
Yeah, you could totally have a shell on a snake. And it doesn't have to be like a turtle shell. Like it could just be like
you can make it. I imagine
an armored back.
Yeah,
I mean, they have a spiked back snake. They already have scales. They could just be up armored.
Sure.
Like, I'm thinking of also, and I feel like this could also stack too, right? So if you chose the body of something that already had resistance to slashing, and then you gave it fur, or then you gave it like scales, it would now also have resistance to piercing, but not undo the resistance to slashing it already had. So I wouldn't mean you wouldn't have to worry about it negating things. I think it would only stack.
Okay.
So again, I think this would make it really fun, because then this covers all of our bases for the upgrade, right? Now that you're upgrading this Chimera, you're going to get something by choosing the back, but not everybody wants to go the wings route. I can imagine there's going to be people who don't want the wings and they don't want a shell. So you have to make one that's kind of a null, but it still should do something.
Yeah.
So getting some sort of AC boost, but then something extra, I think is the way to go, because
Sure.
wings only, they don't even give you the AC boost, but being able to fly gives you a hell of an advantage. The spikes don't give you an AC boost, but either preventing attacks or damaging people when they attack you, I think is huge. I mean, I don't know what other things we could do to make the spikes make sense, other than like you can attack with them, or if someone's behind you, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like there's some things there, but I don't know. I think that's a good amount, and it's easy for people to choose, because I think it's also, everyone wants to min-max, right? You want to give them things that they know what they're going to do, but it's a Chimera. You really want them to play with the visual, I think. I really think this should be an opportunity for people to like get creative and fun with it.
I personally would be totally fine with them articulating how they wanted to show up visually. Theoretically, we're gonna make sure like the mechanics work, across the board, but like make yours unique.
And that's why I think giving them like scales and fur, like options that do stuff.
Okay.
That things that make sense, right? Like that's
Okay. For the AC, are you comfortable with a static +2, or again, do you want? Because I remember you talking before of like the you wanted to do whatever it comes from. You want it to be a result of whatever it comes from.
Because we're doing this list like this. I mean, that's the thing. My original idea was an amalgamation of actual like monsters, right? Like I look in the monster manual at 2 different monsters, and I take stats from him and stats from that.
Sure.
I don't know if there's a clean way to do that.
I think just for the back.
I think there's no clean way to do that here. I really do think that in this particular case, wings, maybe we'll just do a standard fly speed, shell, a standard AC boost with, like all the 3 should have a standard AC boost. Spike should have its own thing. So maybe these in particular should just be,
this is what they do.
They can choose what it looks like based on the creature, but maybe this particular case needs to have like,
you select these,
because the tails, again, usually you select the tail, you're going to select it for the type of attack, maybe if it has poison damage or whatever, like all of that's in there. But this is not something outside of wings. Most creatures don't have this kind of identifier. So I'm okay all of these specifically for the back having static.
Okay.
And if we want, we can make the next version upgraded. Like, so if this has a fly speed of 30, the next Chimera at 10th level can have a fly speed of 40. And then this 14th level Chimera can have a fly speed of like 60. Like if we wanted to upgrade it like that. Because this one's only our 6th level, right? This is our second Chimera.
Sure.
If this one gets wings, it shouldn't fly as fast as our 14th level Chimera.
Sure. I'm okay with that. I kind of like the when you apply wings. So when it comes to what we were talking about earlier, when using wings in your next build, it will be 60 feet instead of 30 feet.
Yeah, so like this, so your second Chimera that you build will have like a 30-foot fly speed. But if you build your 10th level Chimera, your third Chimera that you build, if you also give that wings, that one will fly faster.
And if further. You choose to upgrade your last one and choose to upgrade its wings, then it will get the new fly speed as well. But if you don't use your one thing to do that, then it'll stay at the 30.
Exactly. That's how I feel like that would work. Because in that particular case, again, each Chimera feels stronger than the last, but you do get a one-time go back and a redo. I got questions from chat. Oh, wow. I missed a couple of them. Let's see. So at 10th level, the Druid is able to use the creature's innate ability at 50%. So strength and resistance, and using the Chimera mechanic, more than one head, wings, and scales for if you want it to look. Wait, what? Well, we do have the last ability at 14th level. We're allowing you to add an appendage, so you would be able to get a second head if you chose at 14th level.
Yes. Which I love that.
I guess technically we could also say that if you get an appendage would be like, what are we calling appendages, right? Because like you can get a second head. Would we let them double anything like a back? Like would you be able to get scales and fur and get both those benefits? Would you? Is it just head, tails? Because we're not doing feet anymore, right? So it's like, what are we allowing them when we do the last one where you can add an appendage? Is it just a head or a tail?
I would say you could. I'm trying to think of why you wouldn't be able to double up on the other one. Theoretically,
I don't think you should. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. I think the only thing you wouldn't be able to double up on is the body, because how do you amalgamate two bases? But having two heads, two backs, or two tails on your final Chimera, I think is fine. Like any one of those three things. Yeah. So how about that? So that's, I think, what we should do.
I would just say you can't pick the same one. Like you can't pick two sets of wings, or like two shells. Like I don't know what benefit you would.
Oh, true. Yeah, but you could pick
two different ones.
Yeah, you can pick two different ones. I like that, and especially because then that way you can get wings and piercing immunity, or resistance, or you can get slashing and bludgeoning. Right? Like I kind of like that. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Movement is based on that, right? So yes, whenever you use your wings, you have a fly speed. Whenever you use your feet, you have your regular base speed. So that's how what we're trying to figure out here is when you choose a Chimera, if you choose wings, we're giving it a base fly speed based on when it flies.
Mm-hmm.
Those variants. Oh, gotcha. These are okay. So like dragon, you have a dragon wormling versus let's see. Baby dragons with elemental breath. Frost owlbear covered in ice, plated feathers, deals cold damage. Dire owlbear. Arcane owlbear. Phase spiders. You've fought a phase spider before.
Yeah.
Teleporting spider. Shadow spider. So
what are all these things?
These are just like the elemental variants that he was talking about. Like, would you allow them to tap into these kind of things for their innate abilities? I'm gonna say I would probably say no, because I don't think a standard druid would have access to these. And again, we're talking about the connection to nature, not like the fae or magical creatures. So I would have to rule that regular natural creatures only, especially because what we're allowing it to do, like, all of the mixing and matching. Okay, so 6th level, 10th level, we get a 3rd Chimera. And this was body, head, back, tail.
At which level?
That was 10th.
10th, yeah.
So the 4th Chimera gets body, head, back, tail, plus 1 additional. I'm not gonna say appendage, just plus 1 additional of the previous 2. Okay. I'm really liking this. I'm liking how this is turning out.
No, I definitely agree. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be very good. Like I like the progression of this as well. It feels like, and I love that it's building upon all of the other things that it's doing every single time before. It's like, hey,
and again, it's really giving you a new type of versatility with the druid, because before, again, I really need to stop saying again. I say that way too fucking much. I'm just little things I notice now that I'm editing.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah. Stupid things that happen. But when looking at the other druid subclasses and when looking at what a druid really does, you're really kind of locked into just not really being a one-trick pony, but you really only get what you can come up against. This is an opportunity for a druid to just show the party something it's never seen before.
Yeah.
And it lets every single player have something of their own. Like that's something 5th edition very rarely gives the players.
Yeah.
Is something truly their own. Because this is, you could have 5 players and truly get 5 different chimeras.
Right.
But you normally don't get that. Even with subclasses, you very rarely get truly unique subclasses because you only get a couple of feats and ASIs that differentiate you. This makes me feel like you pick this up and again, you're creating your own brand new creature. That's kind of cool in my opinion, that you're just getting to create a creature that only you can turn into.
Yeah.
And that you get to custom build piece by piece. Because I think we're hitting all the right flavors here too.
Yeah.
I think we're hitting all the things that make it think when you see it, it's going to make you think of Chimera.
Yeah.
But when you use it, it's not just going to be a bear with a, eagle bite.
Sure.
It's not just going to be an owl bear. You're not just going to be playing an owl bear, right?
Yeah.
You're actually going to be creating something that feels tactical and that
you feel like you created, to be honest.
Yeah. And I love the idea that you get to learn, like what you were talking about before, being able to make a mistake and being like, nah, this time I'm going to do something different. Or again, those people who are min-maxers, being able to see ahead and go, I get 4 builds. First build is going to be purely utility. Second build is going to have a little bit of combat. Third build is going to be about party dynamics. And fourth build is going to be my like destroyer.
Yeah.
And they can plan out which one is going to be able to utilize which abilities. And being able to know, hey, I have a change coming up. I'm going to specifically build this Chimera this way because I know I'm going to upgrade it later.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just so much utility.
I
here.
really like that. So, question for you: do you think that we should add, at the very least, in your Chimera form, your attacks can become magical?
Oh yeah, because that normally happens in Druid, right?
Not normally.
No. In the Moon Druid, it
in
does
the
at
Moon
level
Druid
6.
specifically. So this would be not your regular wild shapes, only your Chimera wild shapes.
I'm okay with that, especially if we wait till like level 10 maybe, because then that's 2.
I'm fine with that too.
Now, should it be all of them, or should it be your level 10 and level 14 become magical, or all of them become magical? It's just better to have them all. At level 10, all chimeras.
I would say all. Yeah,
I'm okay with that. So at level 10, all chimeras do magical or considered magical damage.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. I'm
okay.
100% okay with that. Especially because you're getting resistances by that point. By level 10, you're now able to add resistance. So you should be able to deal out magical damage. I'm okay with that. Ooh. Oh, man. Now I'm just thinking, can you imagine a 14th level Chimera Druid with Monk who uses like a chimpanzee or an ape as the main body, and then they have a staff, so when they transform,
dude, we were just talking about it,
they have like this like eagle face, the chimpanzee body with just like this staff that they're twirling around, but like they have wings and a tail.
Giant ape is level 7.
Yeah, but it also specifically states that you have all your faculties, but you can't do things unless the body allows it.
Yeah.
So if I'm in a fully opposable thumbed body, I could still use my staff while having a tail and wings and a giant like alligator head while just twirling this
theoretically while concentrating on a spell. While like lightning. Well, you got to use your action to do that, but still.
Oh man, I'm digging the ideas of what you could do with this with such the high CR, because you're able to do half your level.
That's fine. See, but that's the crazy part. So giant ape. This is what always bothers me. It's a CR7, right? So it's supposed to be a big. It's got an AC of 12.
Yeah.
Right. It's a pretty crazy low AC. So you were talking earlier about what was it? There was something that was going to like upgrade every single level up.
I think all of the like the back abilities, right? Like you would get more flight, you'd get higher AC.
Okay, there you go.
Those
more flight.
Everything. Basically every Chimera would be stronger in every respect than the last.
Well, specifically the back pieces. Is there anything else that?
No, because all the other things are going to be based on the creature that you choose.
Gotcha.
But even those, like you're going to get higher CRs. So everything should upgrade.
But you'll have the ability to choose those. They won't automatically.
The backs will auto upgrade at a static rate, but everything in the Chimera should feel like it got better.
Got you.
So yeah, I think both the AC should go up for all of them. So maybe it starts at like a 2, then a 5, then like a 10.
I think 10 is way too much. I think you should go to like 2, 3, and then maybe 5.
Okay, yeah. So 2, 3, 5, would be because you start at like so at 6, 10, and 14. 2, 3, 5.
Yes.
So yeah, your first Chimera doesn't get any because you don't get the AC bonuses until the back.
Yes.
So then the back is 2. So 2, 3, 5. Okay.
Spikes. You could just increase the die of damage that it does.
Yeah,
on the back.
Either 1d6 to 2d6 or d6 to d8. So 100%. Yeah.
I
just either the multitude or the damage amount.
Yeah. You know what? I'm okay with the die. Imagine just increasing the die because I feel like
it's not an attack that you're doing. It's a passive defense.
Yes. Yeah. If you happen to be attacked while flanking, and I honestly feel like that might be the least used one, but I mean, I think it could be great in combination with others. So
I think it depends on it by itself, probably the least used, but I have a feeling it will be clutch in the right build. Like with a build that leans into needing people behind it or not allowing people behind him. There's got to be a build that could capitalize on that so well.
Yeah.
And again, we could even said it again. We could even get to a point to where the level 14 version of that means they can't be attacked from behind. Like the spikes are so big, no one can occupy the space behind you without risking getting hurt. Like basically you can't be flanked.
Oh,
so the first two creature? So the first two would just damage someone who attacked you from behind, but the third one would just full on prevent attacks from behind.
Got you. Okay.
Something like that to help really focus the builds.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Also to make it like worthwhile, because at that point, flying 60 feet, I'd rather fly 60 feet than damage someone for a D8. But being able to literally say no one can attack me from behind, like I just have a wall of of shards on my back that if you approach me, you take damage and can't hurt me. Like you just can't swing, but you'll take damage. I kind of like that idea of being able to lean into that build. So that could get even better.
Okay. We have
14 level I think would be great, and I think that this would feel like I really feel like this would make it feel like no other Druid, because not just because you're making something unique and creative that's fully unique to your character, but I have a feeling that these builds give you almost like 4 different subclasses. You know what I mean? Depending on how you build them out and what creatures you choose, you're essentially being able to enter combat 4 different ways.
To honestly, if you do things right, because again, at higher levels, you're not always going to be facing higher level stuff. So at any point in time, you could run a lower level one of these things and have it do super well, just like it had for you in the past in whatever fight you happen to be in. Mm-hmm. And maybe you use it because you show up and you show out and you're like, hey guys, check out my Chimera. This is what I can do. And they're like, whatever, man. Like, we can whoop that Chimera. And then you pull out your Big Mac Daddy Chimera, the one that can fuck your shit up. It's
right.
Like, oh my gosh, wild. Imagine you turn into one first and then you turn from one into the other, because there's nothing saying you can't wild shape while you're wild shaped.
Yeah, that's true.
If you were to wild shape while you're wild, imagine morphing from one Chimera into like big. Oh, that would be a
especially if you had planned it to where they all basically had like the same base. So it's like you transformed and it's like you did regular wild shape into a bear, and then it was like then you just changed the head into an eagle. And then you just grew a tail, and then you grew wings.
What about that? What about that? Like, while wild shaped into your Chimera form, you can transition between any of your other Chimera forms as a part of your capstone. So you can like Chimera shift specifically in this form. So you can make use of the utility of all of your other
so basically
chimeras.
without expending it. While wild shaped, you can shift between Chimera forms only without expending a wild shape use.
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of clutch.
I mean, I really don't think it would hurt anything.
It's well, because a real druid would drop dead to have that power, like to just instantly be popping
From any beast to any. Yes.
But just your collection makes it a lot more tactical in how you build them, because then you really want to build them. I'm okay with that.
And especially if it's just at your capstone. So starting at level 14, you have the ability to do that kind of shifting.
And then, well, because then once you're at level 20, you have unlimited.
I mean, when you're level 20, you could literally be whatever you want whenever you want.
And that's my point, though. It's like, but so for the first 6 levels, you only ever get to be just your shit.
Yes,
I'm okay with that.
It gives you a whole lot of incentive to play what you are,
and it goes in line with the fact that we're only giving you one free Chimera shift.
Sure,
that's not a wild shape. So even if we only cap you at 1, but once you've shifted into it, you get free movements in between. Done.
Okay.
That way we only have to give them 1 free wild shift or Chimera shift.
Okay. So do you want that to be at level? Yeah. So, do you want that to be at level 6? I think that's where we originally put it.
It makes also the most sense at level 6 because you only have one. You don't have a second wild shape until level 6.
Sure.
So you get the ability to shift between them when you get a second one.
Well, you get a free use of it when you get a second one.
Well, yeah,
you get the ability to shift.
But yeah, you get a free use of it when you get the second one, but it's also tied into the fact that it's that free use is to help shift between them. So
you're saying you can do that at level 6? Shift between them?
Oh no, that's the only that's the.
I was thinking that was the
that's
capstone.
only for the capstone.
Yeah,
but we do no, never mind. Okay, so but I'm still okay giving them the extra free one at level 6.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Yeah,
me too.
I just confused myself.
Okay, so we can I'll say freely shift.
Yeah. I like that. The capstone being able to freely shift between all of them and then ties into being able to have the free one. Yeah. Because I also think this will be nice because these chimeras aren't going to be. They're not going to be problem solvers. It's not going to. I have a feeling this will make the druid even more interesting because not only are they going to be able to create them, but it's not like you would be able to create something that's going to be like, oh, I'm only ever going to turn into this. I'm only ever going to use my Chimera shape. I have a feeling there's going to be plenty of opportunities that you're still going to use regular wild shape.
Yeah.
I don't imagine that.
This is going to stand out significantly. And plenty of the things that you want to do, maybe you want to turn into a squirrel to talk to a bunch of other squirrels. Turning into a Chimera shape to talk to a squirrel is not going to be the most beneficial thing for you to do in the world. So, like there's definitely be reasons for you to use it for other things, but especially like the way I look at it is I feel like this is going to be primarily what you use when you're trying to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
Unless you're specifically trying to hide what you are and be something mundane, this is what you're going to use when you're in combat with some scary stuff.
True.
And maybe you start off as a bear in this combat, but then it's like, nah, bro, time to bring out the real scary stuff.
I like this. I can't wait till you write this up because once I actually read it written up, I'm gonna be. I know what we're doing here, but I need to see it written out in front of me to really play around in my head with like, what does this mean? What could I actually make with this?
Right.
Especially seeing the CRs written out will also be a better idea because those level 14s, thinking about how Druid shape is limited and how it's only limited to what you can be. So imagine you be the giant ape. So you have full dexterity of your hands, right? So you could use your weapon as you would in normal form. So if you're multi-classing, any weapon that you wield in human form, you can now wield in Chimera form, right?
And now you have a +6 to your strength.
And a +6 to the strength. So then on top of that,
you have a 23 strength. That's crazy.
But let's say you still want to communicate. So you do a parrot head or a head of a bird that can talk. Or at least shout orders. So now you're wild shaped but can talk. And then
That'd be wild as hell.
so I'm just thinking
If you can talk, then there would be an argument for casting spells.
That's
and if you had hands, you could be an argument for somatic components.
And if you could do that, then you could be the only wild shaping druid that can cast. I'm saying there could be some fun builds in this.
That would be wild. That would be wild.
Oh, I want y'all to submit your bet. Once we have this written up, I'm gonna send this out to the community, and I want the community to send us their most broken chimeras.
Oh, that would be fun.
We're gonna do this.
Send me some broken chimeras.
We are gonna do, and then maybe that we'll just present them on stream sometime. We'll just sit down after a couple weeks of people submitting them, and we'll just sit down on a Friday and just try to figure out who's the most broken.
Run through these. Yeah. Wild. I love it.
You should do this, but humanoid body parts.
Oh my gosh, that would be crazy.
Frankenstein monster style.
I mean, hey, bro.
I mean, nothing's stopping you. I cannot wait to see some builds. I'm excited to see how broken these chimeras can get. All right, do we need anything else, or do you have everything that you need to figure out how to write this up? This is awesome.
I'm definitely gonna need to review this episode to clarify anything, but so I've got head and body. I know what head and body do. I've got head, body, back. I know what all of our backs do.
And body specifically, yeah. It's HP, AC, stat block, just like with wild shape, and attacks, their base abilities, and base abilities, attacks, conditions, right. And then all the other ones, the head. Specific conditions are sight and hearing afflicted.
So, in most of these, I'm gonna say things like if applicable, because not every head is gonna have a bite attack. Not every tail is gonna have a tail attack.
You're just getting the applicable abilities, but because not every creature has an ability that messes with their sight or their hearing. But if you happen to choose one, the DM needs to remember, hey, you can use the sight ability or the hearing ability if you chose that head.
Yeah.
But if you chose the body, you don't get the smell of a wolf if you chose the wolf of a body, or the body of a wolf and the head of something else. You lose the ability to smell,
or lose that creature's ability to smell. But
Decker got submitted. Oh god, that's gonna be a hell of a review.
Decker?
That's the living deck, the deck that was wished into existence. If I remember correct, Cart, right? That's what Decker was, is the deck of many things that got wished into existence to fuck over its the person that was trying to sell it.
Oh, wild.
If I remember correctly, there was someone pandling it, to the players, and one of the players got so fed up with the pandler that he said, "Fine, I'll pull it." And he pulled the wish card and he said, "Fine, I wish your deck was sentient." And his deck of many things became real. And it was well, that sucks. It's not yours anymore.
Well,
just to fuck with the shopkeep, just be like, you know what? Fuck your item. It's sentient. It's gonna walk away now. Goodbye. I remember that because I think Cart at the same time had asked. I think that was when we got the question if you could be any card of the deck of many things.
Oh, I do remember that question.
Yeah.
That's wild.
So Decker will be interesting. I'm curious to see how that was written up, because that's a very unique character.
All right.
And we had some long conversations about how I would do that in High Point. What would that mean?
I have to remember what episode that is.
But when the database is complete, you'd be able to be like, when did we first talk about Decker? And it would be like, on this episode, here's a link. Here's the timestamp. Blah, 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 blah.
Freaking sweet. Okay. Body, head, back, rear. Did we articulate specifically what rear is like? Tail?
Yeah.
Okay, so
because I just think it's going to be too much to try to involve feet with that, because some creatures don't have feet, some don't have a back front feet. If you're humanoid, I don't want you changing into weird.
So if you are a quadrupedal body, then you are quadrupedal, period.
And I think so. I think that's the best way to put that. Otherwise, we're going to get into some semantical conversations that DMs don't want to get into.
Right. But I'll say, so tail can be tail or something like web or
Yeah, something like a spider's web, a stinger, like a bee stinger or a wasp stinger.
okay.
Think about like a stink bug being able to like do like a venom or like any kind of bug that can shoot out of its back. But yeah, anything that you would think would come from the
Got you.
like from behind a creature. So that's why like a stinger would be awesome. Like literally having like a sword back there.
No, I really do like that idea. So we have something called a mammoth. Curious if you chose. See, there's no good mammoth don't they have a trunk?
They have tusks.
They
And
have
a trunk.
tusks? They
Yeah,
don't-
they have a trunk and tusks. Yeah, like an
Yeah.
elephant.
So
They don't have like a war elephant or anything.
they have a gore attack. Would that go with the head?
A what?
A gore attack?
What does it do?
It's just a melee weapon attack. It does like 48 damage average.
It sounds more like their tusks. That would be like a head attack. I don't think that's their body.
That's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get an idea of how they go about that. But all right, bet.
Yeah, I think that could totally work. And honestly, if you run into this, I
Triple charge would
wanted
be
to
the-
mention this as well because I don't know if you happen to run into it while you're doing some of your own tweaking for some chimeras.
Mhm.
I would not be upset if at any point we also capped the size. So while you are up to CR8, I don't mind if we said you can't make more than a large creature. So even if your CR8 is huge, for whatever reason you found the one huge monstrosity that's CR8, you still are limited in size to say large or huge. Like
I think huge would be a good.
I don't mind if you come across one that you're like, bro, you shouldn't be able to turn into something that big.
Yeah,
I'm okay. Just if you put in the verbiage, you can be the CR half your level, but no size larger than huge.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming there's got to be a CR 7 or 8 that's like the size of a dragon. That's not powerful, but just dumb in size. And it's like I don't think you should be able to choose that.
Question: what is the mammoth? Oh, the mammoth is still huge.
Or like a worm. I don't know if there's like a CR8 worm.
Yeah, fortunately, none of those are.
The beast, yeah, that.
Beasts. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying. No, if
definitely.
you happen to come across a rare occasion where you're like, we don't want that to be abused, or
the only one
other
that would
option
is
maybe
the sperm whale, which is gargantuan, but that's the level 8, so we can't choose that one anyways.
Yeah, can't even do that. Or minimum size. You can't be small. You can't be tiny. Like so, you can be any CR, but you cannot be size tiny. Like it has to be size small or larger.
Okay.
So you're for like again because I could see that maybe we just don't want like little itsy bitsy like
fly sized things.
So I'm just thinking,
around.
I'm just trying to think out loud. If you want to put any of those limitations, feel free.
Okay.
Because that makes the most sense that you would have a certain, limitation. We did talk about like putting in, verbiage that, especially for the back, size permitting or size adjusting. So if you choose wings, it's going to fit to your size kind of thing. I mean, it should be obvious.
Right.
This is going to be dope. I think the lore behind this will be a lot of fun too. Just like people coming up with the idea of how this came about.
Before I forget, I was going to ask you to read the blurb at the top of what I put for the whatever that thing that I posted, our last subletting subclass. I put a little blurb about lore I had AI created.
Nice.
I want to know what you think about it.
Okay.
I don't think it has anything about the dog, but just because I don't want to put that out there and it not be. I mean, I can always adjust it, but still.
Yeah. Which one is it for?
The battle.
Oh, the battle medic.
Battle medic, yes, the battle medic. Yeah,
that was such a fun build.
That was a really cool build. So I just want to make sure
battle medic.
the little right above where I put the picture and hope that picture works for what we're looking for. Yeah, there's a little blurb at the top for
no, I did read that. It's good. It's fine.
Oh, it is? Okay.
It's fine. I don't see it being an issue.
Cool.
So Cart brings up another interesting aspect. This is probably the last thing we talk about today. Because I think we're pretty much done with the build.
I think so. I'm running through, making sure I have everything, but I think we should be okay.
The last thing that we could consider, and this one's only for historical or how close do we want to be to the original Chimera versus are we just using that as a name to insinuate we're blending creatures. But the very original Chimera did have fire breath. It did have a breath weapon. And I don't think any beasts that druids can turn into get breath weapons. So I don't think it needs it. I think that might be too much. But technically it's on the table because Chimera traditionally did have a breath weapon. And it was only fire. It was specifically it could breathe fire. I don't know if it's necessary.
I would say if you want to include it, the best way to go about that would be to say you can choose a breath weapon according to the way dragons choose breath weapons, or dragonborns choose breath weapons, with the size, shape, and all that stuff, instead of an extra limb if you want to.
Oh, for the capstone, you can either choose an additional head, back, tail, or a breath weapon.
Or a breath weapon.
Fuck it. I'm 100% okay with that. I mean, I could see some people having an issue because while it fits for Chimera, I could see some people having an issue of how do you explain a druid being able to do that. You know, I could
sure, but I mean, even elemental wild shape. You get elemental wild shape in the moon druid, right? And so they're able to tap into the elements, right?
Oh, yeah,
so like why?
They turn into an elemental. That's
so
fair.
many of the druid spells are elemental spells. Like the majority of them are earth, water, ice, all that extra stuff. Like that's what they're all about. So
okay. I'm okay with that. I think it's fine. Yeah, let's do it. Let's add that in there, and we'll let other people tell us we're wrong.
Fair.
Or we do the good thing and we write it as we had it, and then we just add that as optional if for DMs if you don't want to run another limb.
Got you.
Run a breath weapon. So we could just say there's an optional rule instead of it giving it as a standard. That could be that weird thing that we do that says DMs, this is an optional rule if you don't want them having 2 heads or 2 tails. Or, 2 resistances, whatever. Thanks, Cart. Thanks for bringing that up, because I forgot about thinking about the breath weapon.
Breath weapon instead of additional limb. Got it. Okay. Thug life. Okay. So, when you're ready, I'm going to run through real quick what I have just to make sure I am not missing anything that we want to make sure we include that you can think of off the top of your head. And I think we should be kind of groovy.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So at 2nd level, you get head and you get body. And we have all of the articulations of what body does and what head does. Head's just basically your vision, your perception, your bite if you have it. Your body's pretty much everything else.
Hearing as well, if we need to add.
Yes, I kind of include that into perception. So like whatever visual, hearing, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
6th level, you get body, head, and then you get to add a back. At each one of these progressive levels, you're going to get a singular option to upgrade and change a piece of one of the previous ones.
Right.
Your back piece is going to be articulated as wings, shell, scales, hide, spikes. Those will progress with you as you continue to level. Those will be articulated specifically for your AC, for your fly speed, and for, your back damage.
Yep.
They will increase as you go. Additionally, at 6th level, you will gain a free use of your Chimera wild shape once per long rest. Next is going to be 10th level. You get head, body, back, and rear. Rear is classified as tail, web, stinger, etc., things of that nature. Anything you can find that would fall into that category. You also at 10th level, your attacks specifically in your Chimera form become magical for the purposes of overcoming resistances.
Yep.
I think that's it for level 10. Level 14 is the big one. You get head, body, tail, rear, and additional limb, or as an optional rule, you can get a breath weapon as articulated by the Dragonborn stats. Would you say they get that resistance? I vote no.
Say again?
Resistance to the element. Normally, Dragonborn get resistance to the element of their breath weapon.
No, I would not say that they get resistance.
Okay.
It's enough that they're getting to be able to do a breath weapon. They don't get resistance.
Agreed.
In return.
Agreed. So you get to add the additional limb or a breath weapon. Additionally, at level 14, while in your Chimera wild shape, you can freely shift between any of your other Chimera forms.
Yes.
And
for the duration of your wild shape.
For the duration of this particular wild shape.
Yep.
All other wild shape limitations apply. Oh, maybe at level 2 I want to articulate this. It's the half level thing. You can, for purposes of choosing creatures for your Chimera.
Oh yes,
you can choose creatures of
a CR. CR 1/2 your level.
Okay. CR.
Actually, 1/2 your Druid level.
Yes.
Because it caps at level. Well, because even if you're at level 20, you only get 4 Chimeras. But just for the sake of multi-classing, we don't want someone to reach their 14th level Druid at 20th level character and then say, well, I get CR10.
Yeah.
So it has to be half your Druid level.
Got it.
And because that way, no matter what, when you make Druid 14, you have to create your 4th Chimera. So again, you can't be a level 20 and get around it. No waiting to be a higher level to create your Chimera.
And there's no more adjusting after level 14.
Yeah, that would be your lot. You get one more adjustment point for any one of your previous 3, and that's it.
So
you've had 3 chances to perfect your Chimera. You better not make any more mistakes.
CR half your Druid level for Chimera choices. Got it. Okay, so at second level, you automatically get for CR1, and that's the same for Moon Druid.
And that's the same for the Moon Druid. Is you already start at 1, so I think that's perfect. They just go a third of your level, but because we're taking pieces and because of the options, I think half our level for the individual pieces makes more sense because again, you're not embodying an entire creature. You're just getting an aspect that you can imagine.
What's the scariest thing you can get at a CR1? A 2-headed crocodile. I don't think that's a monster manual. Tiger, you got lion, you got giant spider, giant vulture. I mean, granted, vulture has got a fly speed, so you can't choose that yet.
Yeah.
But still. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna cut that in half somehow. You're gonna, well, maybe not even cut it in half. Like you drew a giant spider and then a fucking alligator head.
Wild.
It just crawls at you and
that would be
bite the shit out of you.
Horrifying.
It really would too.
Golly.
I'm telling you, I want to see these chimeras. I want your most demented chimera builds.
So interesting. So if you choose a foundational body that has a tail, it just still has that tail at level 2.
Yes, because the foundational body covers everything until you've made the adjustment. So like a tail, like, so at like level 14, if you chose your base that had a tail and then you chose a different tail, you don't get 2 tails, then you replace the tail.
Yes.
Then the second use of your back would make a second tail. So if the creature that your base chose a tail and then you did 2 tails, you wouldn't have 3.
So you can choose your tail, your body's tail for your tail. So
you can choose a body with a tail, yes, but it will be replaced if you use the tail feature later.
So when I get access to rear at level 10, right? And so I need to choose something for that. I can choose the one I already have, theoretically.
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay.
Just basically, if it behooves you to keep what you have,
If
you
I
just
like what I
wouldn't
have,
you wouldn't benefit from it. But that's where the tacticalness of then, is there really a thing that has the body and tail that you absolutely need that wouldn't have a better combo? But in that particular case, yes, I don't see a problem in that case. But that also means early on for your first Chimera, like let's say, you get an upgrade at level 14, you get your upgrade piece. There's nothing stopping you from changing the body of your first Chimera to have a tail. And now you actually get a tail feature, even though you didn't get the tail Chimera. So lots of scalability and lots of tactical use, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay that if the base has a tail, it has a tail. Now, okay, I guess the other, and I do not think any of these should be optional. That's the whole point of a Chimera, is if you chose a creature and says, well, it already has a tail and I don't want to change it, that's tough luck. You have to choose a rear. Like, it's a Chimera. It has to.
And like I said, you can choose the rear that's already there. If you choose a snake body and you want a snake tail, you can theoretically choose.
Yeah. I'm almost tempted to even say no, but I very rarely think that'll be the case.
Sure.
But yeah, like, because what would be the point of choosing your 14th level Chimera that's a bear? You wouldn't do that.
But that's the thing. I would say there are certain creatures that qualify as not having a tail. And so I would agree that you have to choose a tail. But choosing a tail that you already have is still choosing a tail.
That's fair. Yeah.
Right? So like you're still you do have to choose a tail. If you choose a bear, then you're gonna have to choose something for that thing. Like you can choose a web, you can choose a stinger.
It's gonna be unlikely that you're not gonna choose a tail, but yeah, like the whole point is you choose a rear no matter what. So,
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, okay. I'm okay having that verbiage in there that a tail that comes with the base body is still a working tail.
Okay.
But is replaced when adding a rear feature. If not, but you can choose the feature of the same creature.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I really think that would end up biting you in the ass. I don't know. There's gotta be a possibility where there is a creature that just has like the best tail and body combo. Really?
Wild.
Tell me how you really feel about that.
So aggressive. Ads in my app. It's very frustrating, but it's still the best app.
Yeah, I'm liking this. This is cool.
I do like this a lot. I'm trying to figure out what CR and or what it's qualified, like a giant scorpion. I want to know.
Right.
I want to know what that looks like, because there's definitely going to be some creatures that just don't have any effective use for their tail. There's definitely going to be some that do, but it's
like if you chose an alligator
body,
body, it'll have a tail.
Yes.
But why would you keep that tail over something that has a tail that can do something, right?
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking. Is like it's going to be very few and far between that you're going to choose a body that is great for your build and has a tail that's also great for your build, right? Like I don't think that's going to be a problem for us to worry about.
Let me ask you this. Do you have to choose a tail that does something? Can you theoretically choose a mundane tail?
Sure. I mean, the rear is just choosing.
Right.
The idea is to give you a feature. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to, but you can't choose not to use it. Like you can't just be like, oh, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
But the point is you don't have to make this thing that bad, but that's the point. It's supposed to. Like,
sure.
Raw versus Rye.
Yeah.
It's rules as written says you can.
Now, that original Chimera, the snake tail that they have, does it have like a head on the tail? Because I feel like that.
What do you mean?
Like the tail, it can bite.
The traditional, yes, the tradition one, yeah, its tail was the front of a snake.
Yeah. So that's not what we're talking about.
I'm not trying to go that far because that's why you can have two heads.
Sure.
Because that's so situational. Of if you choose a snake tail, then the snake is actually a head.
Yeah.
We can't really make that work for everything. So I'm okay admitting that part.
Okay. Cool.
But I'm okay. Again, this is where a lot of problems happen when you want to like get an idea out there, but you don't want to make it too wordy. Because like a snake head should if I have like let's say a bear body and an eagle head, but then I choose the another a head and I do a snake head. Does my snake head get reach on my bear body and my eagle head? So do I have like an eagle head that can do a bite at 5 feet melee, but do I get a snake head that can reach out and snap?
I like what you're saying, kind of like the what do we have it? That homebrew race that we got.
That dragon one.
I like what you're saying, but I also feel like the heads that we would have would be side by side.
Exactly.
So like
that's how I was imagining.
The neck length
like
is own. Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
like this.
Right? It's not gonna be offset. It's gonna be this. Yeah.
That's exactly how I felt. But I'm just like, how does that work? But you choose a frog head and then you can use your tongue. I don't know.
I like that.
Disarm someone with their weapon. Just like, give me your sword.
It's still wild to me because I feel like for the swallow ability for the frog, like you need the big body, but also you're gonna need a mouth big enough. So like, now granted, a snake, they got that unhinged jaw type shit.
Right.
So
well, the
like,
frog has like the gullet thing, and it's magic. I'm okay saying that it just needs the head, not the body. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm okay. What is it? The suspense of disbelief is
sure.
It's like, you know, we've got to let it go at some point. I think we have something solid here, though. I think this is going to be something really unique. Again, I need to just start posting these randomly throughout the week and not like worrying about it like a day to post. I just need to get this stuff on our channel.
out there,
because getting this stuff on the channel would be so great.
Dude, I think this is gonna be clean. So
I got to start putting this, and then when we get the website, and then we can have it all neatly displayed. Oh,
Yep.
Okay, I think we're good here. We good?
I think so.
All right.
I think so.
I think that's phenomenal. I think we are fine with that build. That was fun. That took a little bit longer. I thought it was going to be a walk in the park. I thought this one was just going to be like okay, they could just have a different head and a different body. How hard's that going to be?
Well,
harder than you think. Well, especially because this wasn't just like a brand new subclass. I mean, this was like a whole new idea too.
This
was doing something.
It's like a brand new like mechanic, like the mixing. Like they've done stuff similar to it, but
not for like Druids. Not like a wild shape like this. This is something brand new. We've seen like the partial mixing where people can like shift, but this I think could be one of those ideas that in the right hands, people could have a lot of fun with this. It's like a whole new level of min-maxing. Like you have your character build, and now you have your Chimera build. Like you can do so much with it. But I'm really curious what y'all think. I'm really curious what the community will think once we post it too. Once we get this out there, like I said, I'm going to have Kage build this up, and once it is available, we are going to post it in the Discord and ask everybody for their most just broken builds based off of everything. Giant Eagle CR1. Note: Giant Eagle is beast, but has an intelligence and speed, but it's still a beast type. But you can't have flying that early. So because we are still on the Druid limitations, so you won't get flying until 8th level, and for your beast shapes, because you have no flying and no swimming speed at 2nd, no fly speed at 4th, and then anything at level 8. And Giant Eagle is the example that they give for 8th level. So that is true though, because Giant Eagle can speak. There's your casting spells. So a Giant Eagle on a 8 body, and there's your wild shaped spell casting Druid. And again, add some monk in there for just some, fun little visual shenanigans. I like that idea. Okay, video's not doing too bad. Oh, I wish I understood YouTube better. Like YouTube and TikTok tend to just they are so completely different beasts. Just absolutely two completely different monsters. Like my shorts are kicking off. Shorts are getting over 1,000 regularly. But like my actual videos got nothing. Like our best actual video is like 187 views. That's nothing. And it's been out for a month. People like the shorts, but they don't come to the channel. Look for more. I don't know what else to do. Uh, so, good point out from Cart here. And it was funny because this is also what they suggested here for level 8, the giant eagle. Apparently, a giant eagle has intelligence high enough to speak,
Do they have a language?
and it's a CR1. So even though you can't get it to level 8, but if you think about it, you technically could get that on top of the 8 body, and there's your spellcaster.
The only thing you can't do is get flight until level 8.
That's what I'm saying. So you use that as a head, and then you get your 8 body, and there's your wild shaped druid spellcaster. Because he's wild shaped, but if he has the body and the head, like you said, nothing saying they can't do it.
Wild. Hold on, you said a giant eagle?
Yeah, giant eagle CR1.
It says it understands common and Aquan, but can't speak them. So its intelligence is high enough, but I don't think it has the what do you call it? Anatomy to speak, kind of like parrots do.
Yeah.
To like actually make the.
I guess eagles, yeah, can't. They can understand language. It's more like they're
the intelligence. Yeah. So while I was in the bathroom, I actually had an idea. A quick question. So speaking of eagles, maybe it's not an eagle. Maybe it's a vulture. Which one is it? So there are certain flying creatures that have an ability called flyby. And basically what it is, it's where they do a little dive bomb. Yep. They come down, they attack, and then they move off without getting an attack of opportunity. So my question is, theoretically, if I am at level 10, I have access to flying creatures. I choose the base, the body of a giant eagle. So I get all the foundational base stats of a giant eagle. But I choose the back item of like a turtle and a thing, and I don't choose wings.
But you already have wings based on the body.
Do I?
Yeah, because those wings I think are because again it's
so then could I choose wings on top of those theoretically because of the body, or
I mean theoretically I guess you could. I mean I guess it's like
because I was thinking that you don't have wings even though you chose the body because your body is just that.
But I mean, the wings are more of your hands. Like those aren't really part of your like, because like I think of like back wings is more like how a dragon has wings.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? Like that's actually like a separate thing versus like a bird. That's just their arms. Like that's just how they like a bat.
See,
it's just skin connected
like
to
what's the hierarchy of dragons? There's
like the wyvern. Yeah,
right?
Exactly. It's like the difference between one is its actual like appendage. But again, I think that that's balanced out by when you would be able to select it, because by the point that you would be able to select it.
So because when you say that because I was thinking I could choose an eagle head at level 2.
An eagle head, but not a base body, because you wouldn't be able to. Well, I guess it depends on how you want to like. You can't get flying at that level.
Agreed.
But an eagle head is different. So I would say that's more related to like the base body.
And see, that's why I was thinking I could also choose an eagle body because I don't get wings. And so
you do get wings. So I think that's part of the body. So I would say that the body would be the limitation, but not the head at that early of a stage.
Okay.
But with your question though, is choosing the base of a creature that has that like flyby option.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would come with the body, not the wings. Like if you had a creature that added wings, you don't get the flyby ability.
And so you basically answered my question by saying the body gets wings.
I think it does.
Even if you didn't choose that for a back option. So theoretically, you could have
specifically for me if it's incorporated with the arms. Like if the creatures, like again, a wyvern, a bird, if it's part of their
for
actual.
Beast, I don't think there's anything that isn't that.
Yeah, like a bat. Yeah, but bats and birds, I think that's technically an appendage.
So that being the case, they could theoretically get wings, a shell, and spikes, or wings, a shell, and hide or fur or whatever else it is, and now
Well, and a tail too. Like, I mean, yeah, like
and a tail,
yeah.
yes.
Technically,
But
if you were
like,
strategic enough and chose a base of something that could already fly.
now, I will say the downside to that is the base of stuff that could fly usually don't have that great of stats.
They don't,
And usually don't have that great of
stats,
AC. They don't have really that great of HP and all that
and even
stuff.
their base attacks aren't that great.
Yeah. So
like you said, it's tactical wise, you could do it. I just don't think that's the way that people will go. So I'm not worried about what it really means. But again, so maybe someone wants to make maybe their upgraded first one is an eagle and something else. So they can do the swoop, but with a better weapon. And imagine that, again, at level 14, they're going to now get their breath weapon, but in all their Chimera forms. So they could upgrade that body to something that has flight. So their first level Chimera that only has 2 things eventually could also fly without having the back upgrade.
Okay.
So that's where the body would make sense, because remember, we're allowing a 1 free upgrade at the level of CR that you're at. You know what I'm saying? So I think your level 1 CR could eventually become a flyer with a different head without the need to alter the back with wings. Does that sound fair? With the way that we wanted to upgrade it?
I'm not mad at that.
Because again, it continues to allow you to be always changing the utility of the build.
On that note, theoretically, if I wanted to do something to the effect of, you said you have to choose. So if I upgrade my first one, say I have the body of a crow, but the head of a pigeon or a dove.
Okay.
It's theoretically 2 different things, but to the naked eye, it looks like just a ray. Now, again, I don't know why you would do that.
Yeah.
But like, theoretically, is that something that would work? Or when you choose it, does it have to appear as a chimera, not just like a...
The whole point is like, it's supposed to not look real or not look natural or not look normal. Like, it's the whole point of this build, in my opinion, was to really embody the fact that you aren't what you look like. Like,
and I
like,
get that.
if you were to be like 2 bears, I would expect you to have like a grizzly bear body and a polar bear head.
Sure.
Like, not a brown bear and a grizzly bear, and you're just like, from a distance, you're like, oh, that's just a bear.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that even if you were 2 different birds, you would be like sleek black like a crow with a giant white pigeon head.
The only reason I ask is because I can imagine a scenario where somebody wants to blend in enough, but at the capstone, they have the ability to shift between their things.
And to me, like, at that point, my example, or my response to, if you really wanted to like blend in, it's like, you have wild shape for that.
I mean, yeah, but again, being able to do it freely in one wild shape, like that's how, like, and I totally agree. You know, you're like, once you get Arc Druid, you could do that all day long, and it doesn't really matter. Like, but
I feel like I would not, as a DM, I feel like doing that would go against the spirit
of what the class is.
And that's like, it's one thing to min max and create the most broken build, but to push it to where it's truly like, that's not what we meant. Like, the whole point was to stand out. And so to go out of your way to be like, I know I'm supposed to stand out, but theoretically, could I not stand out? Like, then why did we go so much to make it seem so different?
Yeah.
If what you want is to not make it be different. It's that whole thing of like, you chose it to be different. So stop trying to make, like, not saying that's what you're doing, but you know what I mean? Like, my argument would be, you chose this because it stands out. Don't build it to not stand out. Like, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah. I very much believe it feels more akin to somebody trying to play the stats instead of the character. Meaning, you're out here trying to just do a thing, not necessarily this is what my character would be trying to do. Because, like, genuinely, if you think of a character who spent their life trying to combine different things, what the heck would be the purpose from you combining 2 things so freaking similar? Like, genuinely, why are you putting this much effort into doing that thing with this piece? Like, it doesn't make sense that that's what you would do.
Yeah.
Like, you know, even coming into your capstone, like, I don't know how aware ahead of time, depending on, you know, how many other druids have been this before and how many there are out there, like how well you would know what you're going to get. when you get to this last capstone.
I mean, in character you wouldn't, but that's not how people play.
But see, in character, could you if you had like an instructor, like if you had a Chimera instructor, a Chimera teacher, somebody?
I mean,
that
again,
like,
that's DM dependent. In High Point,
Sure.
no, this is not something that would be. This is something that would be so unique. It would be an experience. It would not be a
not necessarily like, but like, would you be able to know that once you get to reach a certain level of skill, that you would be able to shift between your chimeras at will like that? Would that be something somebody who is leveling up in this thing could learn before they get there?
Again, in the way that I would run it, no, because unless they were trying to create that as an ability, there would be no indication that would be coming up, right? It's like it's one of those things where you learn it by doing it, or you learn it by just trying to do it. But it's
even
not
by
like,
somebody who's done it before you. They couldn't like just tell you. It couldn't be like written down.
I don't know.
Somewhere.
Again, in High Point, like if you're asking for any DM could write that.
No,
like,
I'm
sure,
talking about in High Point.
No, because again, this would be too rare. There would be it'd be astronomical to find someone to
specifically
teach you.
Because there would not be many of these out there.
Yeah, I find this is
there would just not be any like written down record.
Yeah, because the way I look at like this particular thing, especially for High Point, is like this is one of those opportunities that someone took, right? Like there's ways that we've taught things, and then someone finally just looked at it different and said, I can do it different, but I don't know how I'm doing it different. So I can't teach anybody, but I just have a weird mind, and therefore I can wild shape differently than you. I don't know how I do it. I could tell you, just think about two animals, but that doesn't tell you what I'm doing. It doesn't tell you how I'm changing the magic. I'm just telling you how it feels to me. And so for like High Point, even if there were multiples, this would be more like a mutation. This would be something that
there'd be like 5 on the planet. Possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
And it wouldn't be hereditary.
They all like naturally developed it because of experimentation. Like he might have found it for a different reason than this person found it, but they both found it. They stumbled upon it the same way.
It's regardless of how they got it, but it wouldn't be something that's like, this is something that you could have. That person will be the one to go, oh, this is not normal. I don't know what I'm doing with this. But that's how I like to play new creative things like this. Sure. But in the sense of 5th edition, I think it would be just expectant to for DMs. I think you should expect that. Like I think it behooves DMs and players to play that way, because that's how that's how 5th edition is designed, right? You're not gonna choose this without reading all the way through it. And knowing that you're gonna get that, I think specifically for 5th edition is a good thing, because it will help you build your chimeras, right? In High Point, the fun is in the experimentation. It's in the learning that you can do it and then figuring out what that means. In 5th edition, the fun is in the creating. It's in the sitting back when it's not game day, figuring out what you're going to do on game day. That's the fun of 5th edition. That's not what I play for. I play for the fun of discovery, the fun of unraveling and the rollout of the story. Mm-hmm. But let's face it, that's not what 5th edition is. 5th edition is all about pre-planning moments and then unraveling a story. But you have these pre-planned like ideas that you want to like pull off. Mm-hmm. You know, you have that cool ability you want to show off, or you have that cool spell combo that you're going to do. Even though you don't really know it's going to fit in the story, you just know I'm going to be able to pull it off because that's what my character can do.
Sure.
And so, yeah, I think that's the benefit of this class is from the get-go, knowing that your first class, that you're the first chimera that you build, knowing that at some point or multiple points, you're going to be able to change it up, I think is empowering, right? Because in 5th edition or in High Point, I think it's the way that I DM, it's better to have my players go through that trial and error, figuring it out and maybe not getting the best case out of it, but that's what tells a good story. But when it comes to 5th edition, it just doesn't work that way. Like the rules and the mechanics don't lend themselves to discovery. They lend themselves to full understanding and expectation. So I don't think anybody would have fun in 5th edition coming up with a fun first chimera, but never thinking twice about what it could become later.
Right.
I think most people would be like, oh, I wish I would have known that. Like it's almost like if you would have just not told them that, and then later down the road told them that, like, oh, by the way, you can now change it. it's been like, oh, well, like, are you just changing the rules? Because I didn't know I could do that. That's how
Yeah.
most players are when you do things. And I feel like that would kind of ruin some of the plans. Like, even what you were talking about, like, what if I played it like this and then later I switched it to this? And it's like, I think that's the fun people would have with this class, is not just saying what 4 chimeras am I going to create, but what's the first chimera I'm going to run around with, and then how I'm going to change it later.
Yeah.
You know, what's my third chimera, and then what upgrade will I do once I can create it? Like, I feel like people are going to think about.
I feel like that's a very common thing that happens in 5th edition. And while I understand that, and even as a 5th edition player do that myself sometimes, I very much feel like that is due to a certain culture and type of gameplay that people enjoy. And while I can enjoy it, and I do, I don't think that's the only way. I think a lot of the ways that, you know, I've learned playing with you, where it's much more about, you are not at all planning for the future. You just have a living, breathing thing that's just evolving as it moves. And it's not about, oh, I want to be able to do X, Y, and Z in 50 levels. It's about, what journey are you on, and what happened to you along the way, and how did what happened to you affect what you are now? Like, it's way more that vein than, all right, I'm going to be the best coffee lock in the world, you know, like,
Right.
you know, so I
think it's a generational thing. It's a cultural thing. I mean, that's, you know, think about how video games are. I mean, that's what people want to do. They want to create the most broken build to just show off like what they were able to do with it, and then go build another one. Right.
Sure.
It's that burn and churn mentality, instead of the low and slow, the slow burn, you know, I don't think either of them are right or wrong. It's a preference, right?
Sure.
Some people want to do the burn and turn. They just want to get through one creation after another. They want to build, they want to test, and they want to move on. And then some people, they want to not know where they're going, and they want to just figure it out as they go. And that's, you know, that's the biggest difference, I think, in playing D&D specifically for so long, is watching that evolution and change, and finding out where I want to be in all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so many different. It's funny. I had some interesting. I had a lot of good interactions on TikTok this week. Got some.
I saw that one. I don't know if this is the first one, but somebody stitched one of your videos.
Yeah, I got a couple stitches this week. 2 specifically that I remember, and they were pretty good. I definitely ruffled some feathers. I think I finally got my bait out there.
There's one that I'm going to comment on that I'm kind of excited.
I do find it funny though. The 2 stitches that I got specifically,
were they about the same video?
They were about the same video, and they both got it wrong, which is hilarious. Both. This is why, again.
Yeah.
No hate. Like, it's all in good
for sure.
fun.
For sure.
I mean, it's all. Let's face it. All everything on social media is just for content generation. Like, let's 100% face it. I don't take any.
We're out here just stirring the water. We're churning.
It's
we're
literally everything I post is made to do this, right? So, but it is funny because there was a part of it where I don't take it like on a personal insult, but I did find it hilarious that both people tried to. I don't want to say come after me, but they definitely had opposing views. One had a much better point to make, but I found it hilarious. And you guys know, if you've been here at all very long, how funny this will be to most of you, but hilarious, just drop dead hilarious that they both said basically the same thing. One way more aggressively than the other.
I think I saw the less aggressive one,
but they both made the huge assumption and called me out for being a 5th edition DM. Like, straight out, they were just like the first one, the one that wasn't so subtle about it, was like, tell me you're a 5th edition D&D DM without telling me you're a
wild.
And I'm just sitting there like,
watch any of my videos,
I'm like,
bro.
I'm like,
well, not any of them.
And what's kind of hilarious, like he made other points, but like they were obviously missed the point. Like, and maybe it's my fault for not using the right words, or maybe it was just the way that I presented it, but both of them missed my point.
Sure.
which is fine. Whatever.
I also
like,
think there's something to be said for this concept of for those who have ears to hear.
yeah.
And it's sometimes people hear what they want to hear. People hear what makes them spicy, and people respond to what makes them spicy.
I'm pretty sure one of them did that. They heard what they want to hear. The other one had a much better argument and much more robust, but I think both of them just missed the point. And again,
Sure.
I'm not going to blame them. It may have been the way that I articulated it. It may have been the words. I mean, I was at work. You know what I mean? I try to do these things. I try to do them in one take. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying not to do an hour's worth of work when I post these.
Yeah.
So fair enough. Maybe I used the wrong words. I said elitist. Maybe I should have said purist. I don't know. But like, my biggest point was just like, when we're out here talking about how someone can make their game better and someone says, you should just drop everything and go play this other game because that your game isn't meant for that, or you're just making the game worse or ruining the game, or someone else already did all of that work, so why bother? It's the, I said elitist, but it was just the arrogance of go spend your time and money elsewhere instead of the thing that you like and that you're trying to improve. Just go do something else. And I'm like, I get that there are people out there who want to try every game on the planet. I like finding games I really like and sticking with them. That's fine too. But I was just trying to make a point about how I get kind of tired of posting our videos about just ideas. And it's one thing, I don't mind. And again, the second guy was great. He was just like, hey, some people just want to like offer it up. And I'm like, I don't have a problem with an offer up. If I say I'm building XYZ item and someone says, hey, Call of Cthulhu or Star Wars or Fate has a really unique mechanic for that you might want to read up on and see if that's kind of the direction you want to go.
Sure.
That's fine. No one's, I like never had a problem with that stuff.
100%. Because you're actually helping me try to find what I've been looking for.
What my whole rant is the people who go, you should just play this other game instead. Stop doing what you're doing. Stop trying to change it because rules are rules. And you should just play this other game because this other game is better. And it has the one mechanic that you're talking about it. And exactly. It's this puritan mentality of these games shouldn't be touched and you should just drop everything to go play another game. And I'm like, well, first off, we all don't have the ability to go spend money or time to go download these PDFs, buy these books, spend the hours it would take to learn the mechanics, and then find 3+ people who also want to do all of that to come in and try. And again, I'm sorry, I don't know how these people play. Do you read the book and then just get friends together and then you just have a successful like launch? Because anytime I've ever played a board game that's brand new takes like 2 fucking hours for everyone to get on the same page on how the board game works.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to do that with a TTRPG and have 9 session zeros. Like I did this with Vixie. She tried to keep up with just a handful of my gaming sessions and then she ended up getting burnt out on how many characters she created. Right?
Yeah.
She created so many characters, she had to just abandon a couple of them. And that's what I'm talking about is like these people just act like, oh, you like this one idea, this one little mechanic, go play this entire, like just drop everything and go to this other system. You're wasting your time. That was the mentality that I was raging against was stop telling me I'm wasting my time by trying to enrich what I like with a new thing. Instead of telling me just drop everything and go do this other thing at the cost of your time, your money, and your interests. And I'm like, it's fine to play these other things. It's fine to go try them out. I constantly read up on different mechanics. Again, we've talked about how I like Call of Cthulhu and how they do the insanities and how they do just the interactions, right? I like those other mechanics, but I don't have to go learn the entirety of that gaming system and go play half a dozen gaming systems to fully appreciate it for one, or to fully incorporate it. Like that was my post. My post was just stop acting like just because someone else made the game with that mechanic that I should just go play that entire game. That was my whole like argument was stop that mentality. Stop telling people that they can't improve their own game. And then I made the point of the whole reason why any of these TTRPGs exist is because someone did that. They played a TTRPG, liked some rules, didn't like some others, and then they made their own. So when I do it to my setting, why are you telling me I'm wasting my time or I'm ruining the D&D game or I don't know what I'm doing and I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, that's my point. It's the toxicity of telling people I know better than you.
I know what you want better than you do.
Exactly. But all of the again, but all of the responses I got a lot of positive responses in the comments, but like specifically the people that stitched me were just like, well, that's the problem with 5e. And it's like, well, first off, I don't even DM 5e, so I don't know why you guys keep coming at me. And it just shows bias. Like it shows the bias. Like one of, like someone in one of, not them, but in their comments, like try to call me like, oh, well, that's just what you get, the ignorance of this. And I'm like, what do you think I'm ignorant about? Because I'm building, like, you're taking out of context the fact that I ranted about people giving me shit because I'm trying to build my own thing. And they're just telling me you shouldn't bother because I like a game over here that you should just play. And it's just like, how am I ignorant for having been playing for over 10 years and adopting as many different mechanics as I can into a story and a setting that works for me, instead of just saying, hey, I want a lightsaber, so instead of making it work for this grandiose 10-year-long story that all my friends like, let's just drop everything and go play in Star Wars. Even if we don't like the Force mechanics, even if we don't like the setting, even if we don't like the sci-fi, it has lightsabers and that's what we wanted, so let's just leave. That's what I was raging against, is this mentality of, if you don't like it, just leave it and abandon it and go to the place that has that one thing, instead of just improving what you have. And again, I don't think either of these are the right or wrong way to do it. It's just, I'm out here trying to tell everyone to do what you do best. And everyone's trying to tell me, like what you said, I know what you want better. And I don't know, it was really funny to me to have them both call me out as a 5th edition DM when I'm like,
the furthest from the truth.
I don't even like 5th edition. Like, the only content I make is because that's what the community plays. So I make content on 5th edition for y'all. But I don't know, it was just like, it's like being called ignorant and then realizing like, you're calling me ignorant, but you're the follower of someone who's obviously showing their ignorance, like in a big way. And then secondly, like they completely missed the point in 2 different ways. One was just ranting and raving about how I think he took it a little bit more offensively, because he was just like, how dare someone suggest you go play something else? And I'm like, I wasn't saying that it's a problem that they suggest. I had a problem with them telling me that I was ruining the game for trying to do the one thing that we've been doing since the very beginning, which is improve the fucking game, right? Like so that one kind of just like was just like, bro. But the more I watch him, the more I realize that's kind of his gig. He just, like you said, he does the things that gets to him, and that's what the content he kind of likes to make. So hey, more on you. The second one had a much better response in terms of just talking about like how D&D has changed, how Wizards of the Coast has fucked it up. And I don't, we've talked about, we disagree with Wizards of the Coast all the time. Like,
sure.
I think there's this bias that assumes that I'm some sort of like ultimate D&D WotC fanboy.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest fanboy I am is of Forgotten Realms. Like, realistically speaking, it's like Forgotten Realms is my fandom.
Is that
second
specifically
edition,
Wizards of the Coast, Forgotten Realms?
Well, Forgotten Realms was, I think, before Wizards, like even before they had Wizards of the Coast.
See, that's what I kind of thought.
So that's like, but like in terms of like my D&D fandom, yes, I like second edition mechanics, and I always say it's like, I say I play D&D, right? Because that's just the core foundation. But if anything, it's Forgotten Realms second edition with a bunch of other stuff, right? So I don't know. It's just funny because when I get those kind of responses, I'm just like, you're trying to call out my biases and my ignorance and my lack of knowledge, but it's also only showing off your ignorance and bias and lack of knowledge when you tell me like, oh yeah, that's just what happens and D&D doesn't know what it's doing. And I'm like, but I'm not doing that. Like you're calling out these things that supposedly that you expect that I'm thinking or doing. And I'm like, but none of that's true. I was just telling people to stop being toxic assholes. Like, I was just trying to be, again, maybe it was just the words I use, but it was very interesting just how different of a response, which again, I love it. I love that I got responses.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, I swear people don't really care what you actually had to say. They just want to feel right for saying what they said. Right. And so they'll make you sound however they need to make you sound in order for them to sound like what they're saying is right.
Oh, 100%.
And it's so crazy how how well, especially because you can't really do that in a comment nearly as well as you can do that into like a return video, because you can say all kinds of stuff, you can articulate, you can twist the words somebody else said in ways that they didn't actually say it and make it sound like they don't know what the heck they're talking about. And so people will just hear what you're saying, feel like it vibes right, and it'll be like, yeah, screw that other dude, he's dumb.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, this, like, even the video replies are kind of difficult, because if they don't go to see the original, like, I usually, if there's ever a reply, I go to the first one first, then backtrack, but most people don't. So,
and they just look at the tiny little snippet that they put on the thing,
and that was the thing, is like, you know, because again, the first comment on the first dude, who was a little bit aggressive on his response, like, the first comment was someone calling me ignorant, and it's like, you don't even know what this conversation's about. Like, you saw 2 seconds of me and his like 5 minutes of just going off on how, you know, I'm so high and mighty because I don't want people suggesting other than D&D. How dare, which is not what I said. And then they're like, yeah, you know, that's just the ignorance of some people. And I'm like, God, the ignorance about you. Like, you like, but again, it's because it's TikTok. They're just flipping through and they just want to feel self-important and self-righteous. So they quickly type down those 10 little letters of just like approval or disapproval, and then they move on with their day.
Sure.
Knowing that I said my piece, and the person I follow, we're on the same page. I'm validated, and I'm just like, it's whatever. I'm glad I don't take it seriously, because it doesn't matter.
It is wild. Like, people be out here, but I find it interesting. Like, I enjoy bringing different perspectives to people to see how they respond to it, to be genuinely interested to know, like, all right, how open really are you to actually understanding, growing, learning, like anything like that? Like, are you here to have a conversation, or are you here to tell everybody why you're the greatest, or to tell everybody why you're right, or to tell everybody why they're wrong? Like, it's very revealing, and it very much just informs me, like, the type of content I want to surround myself with. And like you said, it's all engagement.
Yeah,
it's all
for fun. It's
something out of it.
It's all for notoriety. I mean, it's like, again, it's not going to change my personal life. It's like, if they disagree 100%. With me or agree with me, my followership's not going to change. You know, it is interesting. I want that kind of that discourse, because it's like, I want to see, like, you know, I want I don't want my echo chamber, but I want my community, right? Like, if they aren't part of my community, that's fine. But I don't know. It's just, again, everybody has their own opinion on the approach of the game, on how things are supposed to be. Some people want, like, some people are even just more interested, like, how much they know behind the scenes can also drastically influence them. Like, I know that the creators of D&D were kind of assholes. Like, I know that they were pretty terrible people as individuals. But that does not make me dislike this game any further, right?
Sure.
Like, I know that there's a lot of people out there who will, like, this household, we boycott Harry Potter, right?
Sure.
Because of the actual, like, I don't dislike the IP of Harry Potter. I never read the books. Mm-hmm. I watched the movies, thought they were entertaining.
Sure. Same.
I'm kind of upset I can't play the game. I wanted to play Hogwarts Legacy. I thought it looked like a dope ass game. I have nothing bad to say about the IP itself.
Sure.
But I will not, especially, you know, just with the nature of things, I won't support the IP.
Sure.
We just don't do that in this household. And I totally, like, but I'm not the kind of person that will be like, Harry Potter sucks. No, it doesn't. Harry Potter's a great fucking IP, and it sucks I can no longer enjoy
on
it.
Everybody else that enjoys it and watches it and whatever, you know, it's like, that's
exactly. It's just that I'm not going to be part of something that I don't believe in.
Sure.
But I'm not going to sit there. It's like the whole shit with Michael Jackson. All of those years of everyone being like, why do you still, because his music was fucking good and had good messages.
Yeah, it was.
I don't want to give him money or his estate money, and I don't want to get involved in the bullshit. But all those people who, like, dedicated their lives to his music and then just turned around and were like, no, he, like, fuck his music. His music's bad. No, you just have a bias against the person, and that's fine. And I get that. Like, I get not supporting things. But like with D&D, it's like, I don't give D&D money. I don't give WotC money. I don't give Gygax money. There's a story that happened 30 years ago that's called Forgotten Realms. There's mechanics that were made, 40 years ago called Second Edition. And I read those books and I liked them. Did the creators of those books turn out to be some misogynistic, were they assholes? Sure. Did they do some bad things and have some bad mindsets? And did those bad mindsets leak into their game? Sure.
Are they in my game?
Are they in my game? Aren't we just now discussing that you don't want me to change things? Like the idea that you tell me, well, you're just ruining your game, or, you know, that's not how you should play. Basically, again, the toxic mindset of changing the game makes it worse. But yet we're so mad that they added in all of these bad things that what did we do? We fucking changed it. We got rid of the subtle racisms. We got rid of the misogyny. We started to get rid of the things that we realized were bad influences on this game. But that doesn't mean I don't like the overall concept of the game itself. It doesn't mean that I'm still not going to consider myself a D. Like I could go and just be like, oh, I just play a TTRPG. It's called High Point.
Sure.
I could literally just quote every rule that I have and never call it D&D again, but I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know enough to not trust WotC. I know enough to know that there's some bad history with D&D, but I don't know enough. So I don't know so much that I'm going to boycott the entire thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are some people who know so much about WotC that when you appreciate something about D&D, they're like, oh yeah, but you know, WotC. And it's like, I get that. That has nothing to do with this. You know what I mean?
Sure.
This is just what I like. I don't know. I'm weird like that. I don't have that kind of like connection with things. So when people, I think that's the bias though, is like when I say like I'm all about D&D, I
they think you're promoting what Wizards of the Coast, and they think you're like Wizards of the Coast fanboys and all this extra stuff. And I'm like,
and just the assumption that I never play any other TTRPG or have not read into them or even used their mechanics. Like, I mean, how many mechanics have I stolen from the Dresden TTRPG? Simply because that's really important to my plot line.
They have a TTRPG?
Oh yeah.
Wild.
Dude, the Dresden Files TTRPG is insane.
Wild.
We almost got it and then realized it was just like D&D was too important. Like I was not going to be able to do that level because I would have gotten into it in big ways. But like, again, Call of Cthulhu has some really great features. I don't have the time or the mental capacity to adopt all of them. I can't go and get get the PDFs and like reading the Dungeon Master Guide start to finish is not going to do me any good. I don't learn like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I can't just read a book and go, oh, I have all those memorized or I have all of that understood now. I have to utilize it to understand it. I have to sit there and do it multiple times until it gets ingrained as part of what I can do.
Sure.
So for me, going out, buying a bunch of books, getting a bunch of PDFs, reading on a whole new system doesn't do me any good unless I'm looking for a specific mechanic. But reading, like if I were to go to Call of Cthulhu and just pick up the Call of Cthulhu, booklets, unless I'm looking for something specific or unless I read up on something and then like actually start to incorporate that into my game, I could read that thing for 6 months. Until I sit down and play a game with you, I am not going to know how to play that game. Like,
sure,
reading games does not do anything for me, right? Like, so I think that's the other aspect. Some people love to consume material. They want to consume material that's not theirs. They just want to consume pre-done material, and that's fine too. But there's a lot of people out there who are just like, yeah, you like this, you should go play this game, and then if you like this mechanic, you should go play this because they have some crazy things. And I do agree that playing these TTRPGs and playing these different settings gives you a bigger appreciation for them and lets you explore them in different ways. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all of them are good. Like, I like Star Wars as a franchise. I have absolutely, and I've liked the Star Wars games. I can be completely honest. There's nothing about a Star Wars TTRPG that sounds interesting to me. Like the video games, being a Jedi with a lightsaber and going around and swinging shit, and just the visual. I think it's because it's the visual thing. Star Wars is a very visual game, visual thing for me.
Sure.
I love the idea of flying around in space and the lasers and the swords and the force powers. Playing that out loud as a TTRPG sounds boring as fuck. And I don't know why, but
interesting.
It's just the idea of trying to play as a Jedi, just getting into that story sounds boring. You know what I mean? It does not intrigue me at all to walk around Tatooine or, you know what I mean, go to Mos Eisley. Like it was cool to see them on screen. It was cool to watch you have that sword fight. It was cool to be in a video game and be like, oh, dodge, like lasers and like, like the blasters, right? Like hit the blasters back and hit all the people and do it at the right timing.
Sure.
But being in a TTRPG and just saying like, oh, they shoot you. Oh, I rolled. Okay, I deflected it back. I'm not gonna be like, oh, pew! All right. Oh wait, 10 more minutes till my turn. You know what I mean? Like there's D&D has a different feel to me that inspires me. And again, I can't put it to words. I can't tell you why. That's why I'm not gonna sit here and tell you why your game's worse, because I don't know why my game's better to me. When I think about the way that D&D is laid out, the way that the story unfolds, the way that the characters, the parties, the classes, the magic systems, the way that it all comes together just works for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't explain it. Like Call of Cthulhu seems to work for me. The way that game unfolds. It's basically just a horror haunted house mystery game. You just go into a haunted house and basically fuck around with shit until you either go insane or you escape kind of thing.
Sure.
That just intrigues the hell out of me because it's like that mystery puzzle aspect of like interact and see what happens.
Right.
I just don't get that with Star Wars. Like even when I played the Star Wars video games, there's a lot of boring sections that I just don't like about Star Wars.
Very much so.
It's really only the combat that I like about the Star Wars games. So I don't know. It's just that aspect of while I like researching other TTRPGs for aspects, I have just no real interest in learning a whole new setting, a whole new background, a whole new mechanic system to maybe get the chance to play. Because I also don't have that lifestyle. I don't have a bunch of friends who also want to play a whole bunch of different games, right? Because that's the other thing too. If you have a bunch of friends who everybody wants to try something new, that's probably better for you.
Sure.
But I don't have a bunch of people who want to like pick up a brand new game and spend hours learning it just to see if we like it, just to move on to a different one. Like,
right.
Not to say that I've only ever played D&D and I only play D&D. It's just that's when it comes to TTRPGs, for me, D&D holds it all. Like I've experienced enough to where there's nothing D&D can't provide me. And I'm not saying that there has to only be one TTRPG game.
Right.
But when it comes to like me building a setting and building a story and wanting to build off of it, that's just where I'm comfortable. This is just what I like. And again, how do you think these other people did it? They chose what they were good at and built upon it. And so that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to take something. What I'm trying to build, High Point isn't WotC Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
It is a loose interpretation of Dungeons and Dragons with more of a mindset on going back to storytelling and just making it make sense. You know what I mean? Like most of my stuff isn't even really like written down. It's just more of what makes sense for that character at that time. That's not D&D at all. Like I would really like someone to dissect High Point because outside of lore.
Because here's the deal. Like, I feel like just like in the real world, so often people will use the exact same word and mean completely different things. So when you say the word D&D, what do you mean that's not D&D? What isn't D&D? What definition are you attaching to D&D that says this doesn't qualify anymore?
Yeah.
Like, what's the measuring stick that you say that means that something can equal D? Like, to me, D&D is like what Kleenex is to tissues.
Yes.
Right? People just call tissues Kleenex, but Kleenex is a brand.
Yes.
Right? Kleenex isn't actually the thing, but everyone just refers to it like that. That's exactly how I look at D&D. Anytime you're talking about Call of Cthulhu, that's D&D. You're talking about all these, that's D&D. That's just a TTRPG is the exact same thing as D&D to me. It's just you sitting down with a bunch of people talking about some shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like the rules to me don't matter. The fact that you're using your imagination to play a game with people is the only thing that matters to make something D&D.
And for me, yeah, I don't think I use D&D as loosely as that, but yes, there is a big chunk of when I say D&D, what I'm really saying is TTRPG.
Sure.
But it's almost like TTRPG parentheses, and I use D&D as like, SW5E, right? Like, that's a TTRPG, just like D&D is a TTRPG, just like Call of Cthulhu. But when I say D&D versus SW, the difference is when I hear D&D, what that means to me is not WotC. It's not 5th edition. It's not the books. When I say D&D, I imagine archaic themed fantasy, not even high fantasy, just archaic themed fantasy, as in not necessarily old timey, but just,
So for you,
like
a large part of what makes D&D is setting.
Yes, just like Star Wars. I mean, yes, the mechanics change a lot, but like the mechanics and the setting also go hand in hand, right? Magic in like Dresden works different than magic in D&D, but Dresden's also completely based in a more modern setting, more, up to date with Fey magic.
Sure.
D&D has its own, like D&D again is its own level of magic, right? It has gods and magic users. It's a super high fantasy. When I hear Call of Cthulhu, I hear TTRPG horror themed. Like when I hear, Warhammer,
Right.
I hear TTRPG just war game with, futuristic mechs. Like, yes, when I say D&D, I heavily mean TTRPG, but I'm also indicating what genre. And let's put it that way. I look at D&D's title as more of a genre.
Okay.
It's the type of game we're playing. It is the storytelling game with dice and paper and pens. But when I say D&D, you get an idea of, I get the idea of the class builds, this types of stories, and the type of setting you're in, but nothing else. When you tell me you're in Warhammer, all I hear when I hear Warhammer is I get a picture of the things you're doing. You're in giant mechs. You usually have a bunch of minis. Like Call of Cthulhu, you're usually doing puzzles. You're trying to maintain your sanity. When you're in the Fate system, it's a lot more about like, I think that one's just much more about like your life path, like exactly what you're doing. Fabula Ultima is a newer one that I've been hearing a lot recently and that I don't actually know too much about. I need to read up on that one.
I don't know a whole lot about that, but I have heard
I've heard a lot about it recently. But that's what I mean, right? Like it's this idea of they're just genres. They're just indicators of a greater type of game. Like, it's like saying TTRPG is like saying FPS. But if I tell you Call of Duty versus Deep Rock Galactic, it's going to tell you two completely different levels of FPS. They are both first-person shooters. They're both team-based first-person shooters with objectives, but they are not at all the same type of game, right? They have those monikers. They are first-person. They have objectives. They're multiplayer, but they are not at all the same game. So saying they're both FPSs is like saying they're both TTRPGs. But when you say Call of Duty, I have a much clearer understanding of the type of gameplay and the things behind it and what the expectation is. It's wartime, it's guns, it's modern, it's fast paced. Whereas Deep Rock Galactic is cartoony, it's colorful.
And I think it's that's what's interesting because it's weird to me because almost I would say again, most of that, like, because in my world, all things exist. And in my world, like, when I think of D&D, I think of all things are possible. That's genuinely what comes to my mind. It is an open world. It is Minecraft. It is, you get a whatever your imagination can unfold in front of you. That is what is available to you. To create, to build, to do, to be, to whatever. Like that's initially what comes to my mind. And yes, I would say that you are probably more accurate, and my version is probably closer to me calling Kleenex tissues or tissues Kleenex, right? But it's that's just kind of because like when you grow up in the South, you call all soda Coke. Do you want a Coke? What kind of Coke do you want? You want a Sprite? You want a whatever? But like it's all Coke, even though Coke is a specific brand of soda, right? So it's like the terminology you use, again, it just matters what you mean by what you say. Like what,
and that's where we talk about like it's the bias. Like when I said stop being elitist because I like my D&D setting and I'm just trying to make it better.
Sure.
People took that a certain way. They heard that as, oh, I'm closed off and I don't believe other TTRPGs should exist. And again, it's just what I was trying to say is not what was, and again, it's
received.
It's just one of those things where but I don't know. At the end of the day, I think that's it just goes back to the whole point of what we're out here. Like at the end of the day, our message has always been clear. This is a safe, open place to discuss your ideas about TTRPGs, and not be judged by them. Like,
yes,
like just the idea that while we may not do things differently, or while we may do it differently, while we may not agree on things, I just don't ever want people to come here and be afraid to say their piece and feel like they ever got judged for it. Like that's because, like I said, like I love the content bait. Like I love the fact that I got people like chatting on something I said. Like that's a good feeling when you can get like other people in the space that you consider professionals,
sure,
to an extent, and get them to respond to you is actually pretty cool. But I also recognize that I don't take it personally. I don't know if they do. I doubt it. But that's, I don't want people to. I don't want to do the baiting like some of them do, where they come across as like the expert. I don't ever want to come across as I know better than you. I just want to come across as I might have something that you haven't seen before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The mentality of everyone has something to teach you is kind of what I wanted to bring to being live and to being out here, is just, here's how I do it. I'm not looking for you to tell you that I'm right or wrong. I'm just here to give you an opinion, give you an option, and then I'd love to hear yours in return.
Tell you what's possible.
Exactly. And then all I want at the end of that is for both of us to go, I guess that is a different way to do it. And then we move on with our days. Whether you adopt it or not, the whole point is to accept that, yeah, that's a way to do it. But there are a lot of people out there that are just
not okay with that.
Yeah, they're like, nah, I don't like that you're so open. And I'm like, that's fine. But
I'm gonna stay open. Bye, Felicia.
Right? I'm gonna do me. Anyway, so all right, we're at the 4-hour mark. We think we should cut it here, but we do have a quick question in chat. They want to know the next item lineup.
It should be, if I am not mistaken, still posted in our schedule, but I believe it is going to be a cosmic weapon.
Oh, cosmic coming up.
Wild Hailbird. Why can I not say
Hailbird?
That? Yes, Hailbird. It is called the Predictive Edge. The Predictive Edge.
Oh, wow, that one's.
It's been a while.
Submitted for forever.
It did. But I think Cosmic asked me to like move some of his other items up ahead of some of the other ones, so we did some stuff out of order. But we finally get to see what this one is all about. So I'm excited.
All right, there you go. So yeah. What's Cart's next item? Do you have Cart slotted?
Let me gander. I've been doing some work on the leaderboard lately, because I'm finally consolidating our community creations only leaderboard versus our overall leaderboard. But let's see, what do I have for cart. Let me see. Well, I just got 2 things from Cart, but I also have their quick reference from 100. So I think there are going to be a couple of options because we're still waiting on the module, and the updated race was kind of postponed. So I think the next thing theoretically in chronological order is something from their quick reference 100. But they just submitted their Decker of living many things. So we honestly could go either way.
All right.
But it might be a little bit just because I think they were one of our more recent ones. So we got a little bit of a conga line going here, but yeah,
as we always do,
we making it work.
All right, y'all. Well, I think we're gonna end it there. I hope you enjoyed tonight. I really hope that you guys are interested and looking forward to the Chimera Druid. We'll get that written up. We'll post that in the Discord. I'll get that posted out live in the next couple weeks, and we'll see if we get any traction on it. I'd be really curious to see how people feel about that one. I'm gonna have to think a little bit more about how this would work in High Point specifically, but I'm liking what we have.
Yeah.
I really like this idea of being able to mix and match,
Sure.
having a very unique build, and have multiple of them. I like
Yeah.
this idea that's not
I do
just
like that.
building
I
on
definitely
it,
like that.
but have a repertoire.
And I know we kind of like ping ponged at first on like the direction we were gonna go, but I really think this is a super solid direction. So
yeah, I feel like this is gonna. I feel like we're getting into a whole new era of creation now, because we're really starting to create things that I feel aren't
Right.
just. It's not just another fighter. It's not just a spellcaster with some extra spells. Like the last couple of times we've created stuff, it's really felt like we've dipped into a new area of what D&D hasn't played with yet. So I'm super excited to continue to see more of that.
I like it. I like it a lot.
The reference was just for the min game thing. You two were thinking about not an actual review. Oh, apparently that's not supposed to be an actual review. That was just for. So the Decker would be the best for their next review.
Okay.
I guess the other one was just for a reference point for us, but wasn't an actual submission, I guess.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, so maybe Decker, if we can get Decker set up next.
Okay. Sure.
That would be kind of cool. Yeah, I would not mind. I would not mind checking out Decker. I want to see what a living deck of many things looks like.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. They were showing me a reference because remember they were going to send us like that huge thing.
Oh,
but they only gave us
yeah.
they only gave us the one. I just looked at it again. I was like, I knew.
Oh, because we had to figure out how we're gonna like the songs.
Because it was based off the songs.
That's
so
right. We're gonna see if we can turn that into a contest.
Okay, cool.
So wants to know when their sentience would be reviewed.
Sentience. Well, when's the last time you got a review, Soul? You were not too long ago. You were actually like 4 or 5 ago. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Well, in about 4 reviews, you are coming up, Soul. So your sentience is the one that you requested to do next. So it'll be in about 4 or so as it stands now. Wait a second. Did we get a brand new one? No. These are all people who have been around already. Okay. Loving that I got another one from Hecate, though. So, Twilight Monarch. Another Monarch. Having Monarchs for days.
So in 4 reviews, yeah.
What's that?
Only another month, just only another month.
Only another month.
I don't know. We'll maybe we'll get some stuff. I don't know. Who knows? We'll try to get some more streams in.
Sure.
All right, y'all. Well, we're gonna cut it there. It's 11 o'clock. We're past the 4-hour mark. I think it's good to end it. Thank you so much. We will get that stuff posted and keep an eye out for the Discord. We might be having some updates posted there soon. So I know that we just got the community stream for next month slotted in. So I believe next Friday we will restart the community stream for June.
Okay.
So May.
Cool. Did May get completed today?
We got May completed, so now we have to figure out what we're going to do for May.
All right. Well, we may make it work.
Bleed us dry, y'all.
Of course.
All right, y'all. Have a great rest of your night. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. We'll be back on Monday. Probably won't be streaming this weekend, so I hope you guys have a great weekend, guys. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.